Hello everybody, welcome to Money EQ course. I'm so excited to share with you all the wisdom I learned from my mentor and from other great mentors. I want to start with one question. If money didn't restrict you, what would you do? This is a question I want to ask you first. And some of you think, oh, I don't know, maybe I'll go all around the world and have fun. But the thing I want to ask you is, after you go around the world and come back, what would you do? When you are asked this question, many of people feel like, ooh, I don't know. That is a big question. It's because a lot of us don't know what we're going to do if money doesn't restrict us. So this is a very deep question that you can think every day because we are so restricted with money. And a lot of people say to me, I want to be a millionaire. How can I do it? I want to be a millionaire and then I'll be happy. But I have interviewed so many millionaires in the past and I realized that it doesn't really matter how much money you make or you have, because even though you make millions of dollars, you could be still very unhappy. Whereas some people who are making less money, but still they can find happiness. So I realized that in order to be happy and have a great life, you don't have to have super millionaire, but you have to have some money. So with this Money EQ course, I want you to start over and think about new ways, deal with money, and come up with solutions to make your life more meaningful and also follow your heart. So I have been very fortunate with money. I've been very successful at a young age. That's why I could retire at the age 29. But one time, I had this awakening experience at the party. At the party, this Japanese woman approached me and she asked me if she could take a look at my wallet. So without any question, I handed over my wallet and asked her, as long as you give it back to me, you can do anything. And I was talking with somebody at the party. As I was looking at her, and she was pulling out of all my bills, and then she was checking something. And she was saying to herself, this is great, this is great, oh, this is great. And she put them all back and gave it back to me. And I got very curious. I asked her, what did you do with my wallet? And she said, Ken, all your money is good to go. And I asked her, why is it good? And she said, all your money is smiling. That means you must have done something great to make people happy and received money. And I thought, well, that's interesting. And she said, on the other hand, your money could be crying in your wallet if you're doing what you don't like, and also you're taking advantage of people and receive money. And that's when your money is crying in your wallet. At that time, I thought I knew everything about money because I was wealthy enough and I had a lot of business going. So I knew about money IQ part, but then I realized there may be something more. That is a money EQ part that I'm going to share it with you. And after that, I started to think money as energy. And since then, I discovered there are two kinds of money in the world: happy money and unhappy money. Happy money is one that makes you feel joy and smile when you receive it. And when you spend it, also gives you joy and excitement and fun. That's happy money. For example, it's a 10-year-old boy spending his allowance money and buy a rose and give it to his mother. Or charity money that we donate, even if it's $1 or $2 to somebody who is in pain or who needs money. Or just a little money that we give to a friend or a stranger. So that is happy money. On the other hand, unhappy money is money that when you receive it, it gives you like, ooh, is this like all I need, or is this all I get? And also when you spend it, I don't want to spend it. I don't want to pay for the bills. I don't want to pay taxes. So when you spend it, it makes you feel like, ooh, I don't want to do it. That's unhappy money. So if you take a look at two different people, happy money people receive money with smile, spend money with smile. Unhappy money people, ooh, I don't want I want to have more. Is this like all I got? So like very frustrated and also very unhappy to let go of the money. So happy money, unhappy money, which one do you have in your life? I said money as energy. People think it may be spiritual, but I think people get it because when you receive money from some people, company, or your ex-partner, that gives you some kind of feeling. For example, after the ugly divorce, you get alimony and you don't feel so good. You feel frustrated, you feel angry after a few years of divorce. And also when you pay alimony, if you're not happy with the divorce, you are so upset every time you pay that alimony. So when we receive money, it's some sort of energy form. That's why it could have the power to upset us or make us happy. For example, if grandparents left you the money, after they passed away, you feel the love and the warm feeling from the money you receive. It's the same numbers in the bank, but you feel very different. That's why I say money as energy. So there are three things that stops the money flow in your life. I think the biggest one is guilt. A lot of us feel guilt when it comes to money. We feel guilty when we make money. We feel guilty when we receive it. So if you have guilt, you have a hard time accepting money. Therefore, you stop the money flow. And the second reason is you feel shy around money. Well, shyness is a big thing. It's not as strong as guilt, but you feel shy about asking for a raise, shy about receiving money. So when some money issues come up, people tend to feel uneasy about receiving or charging or giving money because people feel shy around money. The third reason is a need to be seen as a good person. So this is, I think everybody can associate. If you talk about money, you feel like you're a bad, greedy person. So if you want to stay nice, you don't talk about money. So this need to be nice also stops the flow of money. So guilt, shyness, need to be nice. Those three are very regular common reasons that why we stop the money flow. We're going to talk a lot about why we stop the money flow. It's related to our childhood. We had so many dramas when we were small. I call them money wounds. We are so hurt about money. So that's why as much as we want money, we want more money because we think money can make us very happy. But on the other hand, we also know money could hurt people and then we could get a lot of hurt from money. So this love and hate relationship with money, that's something we're going to deal with a little later. I've been teaching about money EQ for almost 26 years. I've transformed hundreds of thousands of people's lives, and as I did it, I transformed my life too. And in the process, I realized that money was a very hard, tough, cold, and potentially dangerous thing. But as years go by, money became less hostile. And then now, money is my friend. Money can be such a great person to be able to support me in following my dreams. And if you study money EQ, you will worry about money a lot less. And one day, after having a better relationship with money, you will focus more on your life rather than money. Before, you must be thinking how much it costs or how much is this? But after clearing this money pain and all the issues around money, you start focusing on what's really important for you. And then money comes later. So you have to focus on what's fun for you. How can I help for other people? What can I do to make other people smile? It's almost like every day you're enjoying a surprise party for somebody. So that's how you feel. So every day you're enjoying your life and whatever you do is helping other people. And then money flows into your account seamlessly. So whatever you do will create money and then money flows and money goes. So now My good friend Dr. Scott Mills is going to take you through the brain training of your current situation with money and the new possibility around money. Enjoy that. Hi, welcome back. How was yesterday's exercise? Some of you might feel it's so easy, and others may have felt like, ooh, I don't know what I'm doing, or you sometimes probably feel very bad, but that's a great sign, because when you feel bad about something, that is usually a sign that you can change something in your life. Okay, I need you to do something. Go get your wallet or purse. We're going to need it during the class. Please do so now. So what is your money secretly telling you? If your money is a person, what would he or she be telling you? She or he may be crying in the wallet and saying like, you've been treated me so badly, you ignore me, you're so mean to me. Or your money is telling you, thank you so much for treating me well. What is your money telling you? And also the other thing money could be secretly telling you is like, don't sacrifice your life for money. You know, money is important, but not that important. Yesterday, we learned about money. Today, we're going to learn about our relationship with money. What if your money was a person? What would he or she be telling you? Is she telling you that you're cold and mean and treated you so badly? Or you're being very fair to her or him? If money is a person, were you a good friend to her or him, or you're bad? Sometimes you ignore, stay some distance, or just you're just having so much fun. And what is your money secret telling you? Maybe you're just doing what you don't like. You should get out of your job, or just forget about money first, and then you have to start think of your money. So just listen what money says to you. So the reason why I ask you to think about this is your relationship with money determines the quality of your life. If your relationship with the money is great, you must be doing what you love already. And then if your relationship with the money is so-so, you're doing okay, but not quite. If your relationship with money is bad, you're abusing yourself for being in a situation where nobody respects you or treat you with good attention. So the relationship with money will shift your life. And especially your emotions around money is very important. If you're feeling good about money, or if you're feeling bad about money, your life would be totally different. So I want you to start looking at what kinds of emotions you have around money. Unfortunately, most of us don't even pay any attention to our feeling or toward money. So that's why we're not going anywhere in our life. So please start listening to what money has to say. So today, I want you to face your life. I want you to take a look at your life closely, both in numbers and emotionally. So in terms of numbers, just imagine if you have saved up 10% all the money you made in your life, where would you be financially? When you're asked this question, most of us feel like, ooh, and then you feel so bad about yourself because if you've saved 10% of what you made, you are already in a good position, but not many of us do. And emotionally, where are you with money? Are you at peace with money, or are you struggling with money? You hate money, or you just try to have distance with money. So emotionally, where are you? Okay, I know I made you feel so bad, so let's breathe together. I know I've done this so many times, so I know how terrible you feel now. So let's breathe together and then relax. And good news is I'm going to give you a pardon. Please forgive yourself for not doing things right, because most of us don't. And then I want you to have a fresh start today, because today you can start very new financial life, both emotionally and financially. So breathe in and breathe out, and with a smile, let's start a new life. Now we're going to have a fun exercise. I want you to take out your wallet, and we're going to do an exercise called お金と話す, or talk with your money. Now I have my little wallet. I usually don't carry a wallet. I have a bigger one with cash in my bag, but this one is what I carry with me. So take out your wallet or credit card, and then talk with her or him. I don't know if it's he or she. You can decide, and talk with money. Just a few minutes. Hi, how are you? How are you feeling? And then pause. What is your money telling you? And then if you feel like apologizing, do so. I'm so sorry. I've been misusing you for a long time. Or like, I'm so sorry. I've been ignoring you so much. Or I'm so sorry. I tend to be aloof from you. So whatever that is, just let it out. And then just talk with your money or credit card for a few minutes, and just have a fun dialogue. It may be silly, but this is a great start. Please enjoy. And just feel the emotions around money, and just ask your money how it's been treated. And if you've been treating money well, he or she will be happy and talking with you. And if you kind of like scrabble them and just stuck them in, your money feel like, oh, I'm being so roughly treated. And what kind of emotion does money trigger you? Could be guilt. I'm so sorry I didn't do things right. Or like, I'm ashamed of me, or ashamed of money, or could be anger, like, you're not so good at me, you're not so good with me, or where were you when I need you the most? So those are the feelings that you have for money. So just feel any kind of emotions. Could be positive, could be negative. Either way, it's your emotions. And as long as you feel what's in between the money and you feel very different about money after this. So feel any emotions and talk with your money. Please start now. Okay, welcome back. How do you feel about the exercise? You may be still feeling the emotions around money. I know you're probably upset or just feeling some kind of loss or sadness that all these years you haven't had a good relationship with money. Some people are feeling happiness now, and some people feeling down. I want you to realize that's what's going on with you and money. And the reason why we're doing this exercise is I want us to have a fresh start with money. And this feeling is not something new. This feeling must have been there for many years with you and money. And so please forgive yourself for being angry, upset, or guilty, or any other negative emotions. And if you're feeling happier, please keep feeling happier. That's so great. So what money is secretly telling you is he or she is your friend. Money could be your friend, but it's us who are projecting a lot of guilt, funny feelings, or anger toward money. So today, I want you to take a look at money as your new friend, and we'll start fresh today and start having a beautiful relationship as a best friend. So now I'm very happy to give you a happy work. That work is when you spend money, please feel your feelings. Now you have an open dialogue with money. So when you go out and buy a cup of coffee or tea, let's see how you feel and how you feel with money. And if money talks to you, what is money telling you? So open dialogue with money is my happy work to you, and enjoy. So if you want to go deeper, go to your workbook and check your financial temperature. Now, how was today? Today, we started our new life and opened new dialogue with money. Tomorrow, you're going to choose a new relationship with wealth and live the wealth. Enjoy. Welcome back. How was happy work? I'm sure money keeps talking with you because you have never talked with money for many years. So I know that some of you, all the conversations still ring in your head before and right after you sleep, because money wanted to talk with you so much so this conversation doesn't stop. And I know some of you must be feeling guilty or some feeling so bad about ignoring the money for all these years. I want you to stop and breathe in and forgive yourself for judging yourself and judging your money, because it's very common that after doing this exercise, you feel so bad because it's almost like ignoring your friend for many years without knowing. So, and money is such a nice friend, forgiving. So we'll start something very new today. Now, today, I have a question for you. When you hear the word wealth, what comes into your mind? Wealth is a trigger word. Probably you have a big house, a big car, or fancy clothes, nice restaurant, or I don't know what you have in your mind. Some people think of bags or belongings and all the material things. And other people think of more of a spiritual, emotional side, having a nice family, having good health. That could be part of wealth. But what's interesting is that we are having an image of wealth as more of a material thing rather than inner spiritual thing. So we're often misguided about wealth. And today we're going to look at our relationship with wealth, and we're going to have a new definition. Each of us will have a different one. So I want you to come up with your new definition of wealth today. So as I said, we've been often misguided about wealth. Since we're small kids, we are supposed to have a better education. We're supposed to study hard. For what? So we can go to good school. For what? Because we can get a good job if we go to a good school. Is that true? And also, if we go to a good school, we can be rich one day, or we can have all the good things in life, which is called wealth. But what is wealth? Most of us think wealth is some material possessions, houses, cars, and all the other toys. But when you come to think of it, how much is enough? What's interesting is that when I teach these things in North America, people ask me, how can I be richer? How can I have more? But in the East, I often get questions like, how can I enjoy more with less, or what we have? So the approach is very different. One time, I had an interesting interview with a millionaire, and he said, I have few public companies and I'm doing okay. And I asked him, when did you feel that you have all the money in the world? And he said, not yet. I don't feel I'm wealthy at all. By all standard, he's a very wealthy man. But he said, I'm not wealthy. And I asked him why. He said, I don't have a private jet. He has millions of dollars in the bank, but he says, I'm not wealthy because I don't have a jet. Years later, I sat down with a man who has a private jet. And I thought, oh, I found a wealthy man. And I asked him, do you feel wealthy? And he said, no, I don't feel wealthy at all. I have some money, but not super rich. And I asked him why. He said, I have a private jet, but it seats only 6 people. And so when he goes to his private jet to the airport, all the private jets are much, much bigger. So he feels like he has a little small car and all the other cars are Mercedes and all the other fancy cars. So he feels so small in the parking lot of the airplanes. So when it comes to wealth, there's no limit. You may be lucky if you get millions of dollars, but if millions of dollars doesn't make you feel wealthy, what are you going to do? And I think for regular people like us, we are supposed to define what wealth is. Otherwise, we'll lose ourselves in hard work and trying to get wealthy one day. So what's important is what is wealth for you? So why do we want to be wealthy? I'm sure everybody works so hard to get wealthy, to be happy. But I've done a lot of studies on why people want money. For example, one of the reasons why people want money is that we can feel secure when we have more money. So just imagine if you have a certain amount of money in the bank, you would be probably feeling secure. But the question is, how much do you need to feel secure? And the other reason is like you want to be powerful. If you have money and if you have all the material things, you feel powerful. So that's why people are striving to get wealthy. And the other reason is that people feel if you have enough wealth, you can be recognized as a big shot or somebody who's great. So that's why people want to have fancy cars, big homes, and try to send kids to private schools. But is that really wealth? And is that worth working so hard and die for? So that is why we have to define wealth for you. When it comes to happiness, you don't need to be super wealthy. You don't need to have so much money. You don't need to make so much money. You don't need to have so many other things. I know a person who inherited $40 million from his father. And what would you feel if you have $40 million in the bank? Great. But because of the bad investment, he lost 30 millions. And that means he still has $10 million, but he got so depressed. It's almost like a betrayal to his father. He lost $30 million out of 40. And do you know what happened? He killed himself. And what would you do if you have $10 million in the bank? Probably, for a lot of us, you can smile for the rest of your life. But for him, $30 million is a big blow on his ego, on his security, and it was such a big embarrassment for him. So that's why he took his life. But for a lot of us, $10 million is a big money. So it's interesting, wealth can be so different to different people. So today, it's so important for you to define what wealth is for you. Okay, so my definition of wealth is loving who you are and enjoying where you are and enjoying what you have. That's my definition of wealth. As you can see, it doesn't really matter how much you have or how much you make. Of course, if you have nothing, it's kind of hard to live in this modern world. But it doesn't require so much money to be happy and feeling wealthy. So in order to do that, you really have to start thinking how much is enough for you. Probably much less than you think. And if you have a beautiful relationship, you have great friends, and you have a great job or some projects to do in your life, you are a wealthy person. And if you have all the money in the world to follow your heart, it could be $5,000, it could be $300,000, whatever that is enough for them. So just start figuring out what is wealth for you. So for some people, it's more family relationship oriented. For some people, it's more business oriented, which is okay. So whatever that is, follow your dream and follow your wealth. Because that's what brings happiness to you. For example, the other day, a young gentleman came to me and said, Ken, I'm going to make $10 million. Do you think it's enough? And I asked him, what is your ideal lifestyle? And he's a very simple guy, so he doesn't need so much money to be happy. And I think probably for you, $100,000 would be super enough. But he didn't get it because, I want to be a millionaire, I want to be a billionaire, and what can I do to do that? So if you can come up with a new definition, you may realize you don't need much cash or you don't need to work so hard. You already have what you need, and then start living your wealthy life now. Now we're going to have something so much fun together. I want you to take out the workbook. If you don't have it with you, find a piece of paper. We can do this on your phone. So let's do it together. So 20 years from now, what would your wealthy life look like? We're going to take a look at each field one by one together. First of all, we're going to take a look at your family. 20 years from now, what would your family look like? Do you have children? Do you have a partner? And who would that person be? And what kinds of relations you have with that person? 'Friends and community are very important because it gives you joy and happiness. What kinds of friends do you have 20 years from now? Who are they like? Are they fun-loving, smiling? What kind of conversation you have with them? And at the same time, what kind of community do you belong to? Are they supporting you? "20 years from now, what would your health look like? How healthy do you want to be? Are you doing a lot of exercises? Or what would your health look like 20 years from now?" Personal growth and spirituality. So what are you learning and who are you? Do you like yourself? Do you love yourself? And what kind of person have you become? It may not be the case that you're not working anymore, but if you're doing some kind of project, what it be? Is that a profit organization or non-profit? Are you helping children? Are you helping environment or dogs and cats? What kind of project or work would you do 20 years from now? How have you made this world a better place? And what are you going to leave behind? And what excites you the most when you think of something, I did this for the world? From 20 years from now, what do you want to leave for this planet? So this is the last one, finances. 20 years from now, how much money do you think you're making? You may not be even making money because our world would be totally different. But just for fun of it, how much money do you think you have and how much money are you making 20 years from now? Okay, now is the time for happy work. I want you to take a look at what you wrote and start thinking your ideal life 20 years from now, your wealthy life. And for the next 20 years, you're going to bump into a bad situation and sometimes unfortunate things. But after all these things happen, 20 years from now, you have a beautiful life. And I want you to keep coming back to this, what you wrote, over and over. And you can rewrite the whole thing even. As your perception shifts, these ideal things would also shift. And please keep coming back and keep writing what you want 20 years from now. So today, you're going to take the Happy Money Assessment and find out who you are. And please enjoy. You may be surprised at what you found. So money type is temporary. It's not a curse. So even if your finding is not what you want and you get shocked, don't worry about it. I'm going to explain why you became that way and the way to change it. So enjoy money type quiz. See you. Minasan, konnichiwa. Welcome back. Hello again. If you have $1,000 in your hand, what would you do? Today, we're going to take a look at our money types. People will respond so differently to the $1,000 in your hands. So we're going to take a look at different money types and we'll find out why we became that way and reasons behind it. Knowing your money types will free you from money. The reason why we became the money type is that we have certain feelings. We try to control the feelings. That's why we became certain money types. I'm going to explain you a little later, but knowing the money types will help you transform your relationship with money. So there are three money types. The first one is a controlling type. We have certain reaction to money. When we think of money, controlling type people would try to do something. That's why they're an action-oriented people. And the second one, indifferent type, is they are living their life as if they have nothing to do with money. because they have probably been brought up in a happier family, so they didn't have to think of money. It's a very fortunate thing to do. They're very fortunate people, but because of the upbringing, they became very indifferent to money. The third category, the fear type, is they're so afraid of money, so that's why they try to run away from money. I'm going to explain those types in detail. So you took the money quiz, so you know what's going on in your life, and I'm sure you've seen all the money types and then thought of somebody else. Could be your parents, could be your friends, could be your partner, it could be your kids, could be your siblings. What's interesting is even if you're brought up in the same household, your brother and your sister could be a totally different money type. And the reason why you're married to a different money type is because we are so attracted to the different one. I'm going to explain you in details. So even if the money type that I'm explaining is a different one, you always find somebody who is exactly the type. And that will probably give you a smile. Oh, I know that person. And also that gives you an opportunity why that person became that money personality. Because before, you can't stand some friends or relatives or close friends or your partner. Why do you spend so much money? Or like, why are you thinking about talking about business plans and you don't get it? But as you listen to my explanation, you get it. Why these people became that money type. Okay, so let's take a look at the controlling type. I'm sure you could be one of those, or your friends or somebody very close are the one. Controller are people who want to take control of the situation. So if they're having money issues, they try to control with their actions. For example, when you're born and brought up in a family where there's not much money, you feel this crunch in your heart. Probably your parents didn't buy your bicycle or certain toys, and then all your friends had them. So you must have made up your mind, one day I'm going to be rich, so I don't have to feel miserable again. That's why as they grew up, they become certain money type. And then by controlling their environment, actually, they want to control their feeling. So I'm going to explain one by one why they became a controlling type. I'm going to have so much fun explaining everybody because I'm sure you can come up with somebody's face or names. So the first one is a spender. Spender finds so much joy in spending money. When you say give $10 to this kid, the second after he or she gets some money, they just run out and just buy something, and then they're back in like five minutes. So the spender loves to spend. As soon as they receive money, they are so happy to spend it all. The funny thing is that if you want to be a friend among all these people, I want spender to be my friend because they're so generous. They just treat you dinner, they buy you nice shirts, they take you to vacation on their account. So spender loves having fun. Oftentimes, these people are born and brought up in a poor environment, so they didn't have money when they were small. So as they grew up, they found this joy in spending. And also, the spender people feel so worthy after spending the money. I can afford it, I can buy it because I'm worthy. So this is a pitfall. If you're in this category, you have to be careful about how much you spend. Because you could become a shopping addict. About these money types, if you go extreme, you'll be in trouble financially. But these money types only show you your tendency. So even if you find yourself that you're a spender, doesn't mean that's the end of the world. You just enjoy life. So that's the spender. So the saver, they enjoy saving every penny. I'm sure you know some friends or could be your parents. They're good at saving pennies. When they hear the word bargain, they just smile. And when they're good at cutting out coupons or just getting online discount, they love getting a discount too. So whenever they're feeling that they can buy somewhere at even like a slightly cheaper price, they go miles for that. So the reason why they love saving is also when they were small, they had money issues. So they believed in saving. So if you keep saving, one day you have enough and you don't have to be scared or you don't have to feel miserable. So by saving pennies, someday you end up feeling secure. So that's why saver loves saving. I do many couple counseling, and what's interesting is the saver gets married with a spender. The reason is that a saver is attracted to the spender because spender people are good at enjoying life. They know where to take you to the nice restaurants. They know how to shop. They're usually dressed well. They do a lot of fun stuff with their body too. So saver people are usually having a boring life because they don't spend any money. So they are attracted to them. And the spender, they're attracted to saver too because they know that their life is not really solid. So if they are married with saver, probably he or she doesn't feel so scared about the money. At the end of the month, every spender feels like a little worry or crunching feeling that, can I pay all the credit cards? And usually they are in credit debt. So they get married, but a few years later, somehow they're irritated with each other because the same reason that they are attracted to one another are the same reasons that they're so irritated. So saver, if you're a saver, you have to be careful. You probably feel this attraction to the spender, but the spender people are so good at spending your money too. So there's this irony, I've seen so many comical fights among saver and spender. And the next category is moneymaker. They love doing business. They are workaholic. They tend to work more hours. By working hard, they feel they bring more money in, so that way they're secure. So sometimes he or she could become the combination of a compulsive moneymaker and saver, and compulsive moneymaker and spender. It's interesting how compulsive moneymaker becomes because of the upbringing and also because of the friends they have. But compulsive maker, they love making money. So they're good at investing, they're good at creating new business, they're good at doing more business, and they find so much joy in doing the business. The reason why moneymakers can be satisfied with where they are is more money, more work brings more security, more happiness. So it could be addictive because they feel sense of security and also sense of worthiness from doing business. I have a few friends who have multiple public companies, and they're so good at making money. So personally, having 3 public companies is enough. But after making 3 public companies, he's starting the 4th one, and he finds so much joy. But he forgets about his family because he is driven to do more. Because in this world, doing more, having more is regarded as the highest achievement, and also somehow they get the biggest respect. So that's why moneymaker cannot stop. And I'm sure some of you got such a big shock by finding out about your money type. And I'm not blaming you because the first time I thought of this money type, I was so ashamed that I was a spender. I was so ashamed that I was a gambler. Like, I cannot believe I'm a gambler. I cannot believe I'm a moneymaker. So I'm sure finding about who you are brings you embarrassment, shame, and guilt. And you feel like, oh, I'm cursed. I cannot change. But it's not true. I guarantee you can change, and you will change after learning about your relationship with money. I've taught hundreds of thousands of people over the past 26 years, and the shortest people can shift in matter of 2 weeks, and the longer one, it might take some years, but still people can shift. And what's interesting is that after they shift their relationship with money and become a different money type, they become so different. One time, there was this woman who was a saver. She was dressed in a gray skirt, gray sweater, very simple. And a few weeks later, she said, I'm going to become the spender, and which she became. And next time I saw her, she was in the most fashionable clothes, pink and yellow, and she had a beautiful makeup, very different hairstyle. And we can recognize her because she became so different. So if your money different type changes, your life also becomes very different. So if you are a certain money type, try a different type. It's so fun if you change your life that way. And then probably in a few months or a few years later, you'll find a balance in between. So I've been telling you, you can enjoy your money type. At the same time, you can change too. Of course, I'm not just persuading you to change or stay where you are. You can stay as where you are and stay with your money type and be happy. And you can try something else and become happy. The choice is yours. What I'm saying is just enjoy and feel each money type. So that way, you can feel the joy and the pain of your parents. You can feel the excitement of your brother or sister. And you finally get it why your friends don't go out shopping with you, why they're not joining party with you, and because of their money type. So by understanding who you are and who your parents and your kids and most important in your life, you can enjoy life more. And by integrating all these money types in you, you'll be more whole, and hopefully you have less shame, less guilt, less resentment about money and your life. And by healing these wounds and pains around money and your money type, your life will shift. Now, I can talk about how you can relate to a different money type people. As I explained, you must have thought a lot of your friends' face and thought, oh, gee, I knew she's a gambler. I knew he's a spender. I knew my uncle was a saver. And sometimes you feel competitive and you feel like, oh, I'm better. I'm good at saving. I'm not just a stupid spender. Or you have a judgment against each other. That's what's so fun about this different money types. Certain money type, they feel like they're superior than others. For example, if a spender people talk about their life, they feel as if their life is much, much better than the saver type because they know how to enjoy life. At the same time, the saver people are proud that they have enough money to pay all the bills, and they just make fun of all the spenders because they're just partying every day and not taking responsibility. So by understanding these different money types, you can understand each other more. Before, you just made fun of other people, or you just simply didn't get it. Like, I don't know why my uncle, why my parents, why my brothers are in debt. I don't get it. So after understanding money types, you feel more sympathy. You can understand them more. And by understanding them, open up a new door, and hopefully you have a better connection with these people. And as you understand about money types, you understand your parents more, and especially your partners more. Before, you couldn't stand your partner's money types, but now you understand why they became who they are. And if you have compassion and understanding for each other, your partnership will shift. I've saved hundreds of marriages by giving money sessions because they finally got it. Wow, I thought you're just simply stupid, but you're just a different money type. So if they understand each other, and then if they can understand a better part of who they are, they can enjoy and integrate with one another. Because the reason why we are attracted to the other part is we need the essence. The saver people need more fun, and the spender people need more stability. By giving each other what they don't have, we become whole. So it's not just about a partnership, it's about who we are and who we become. So as a society, we need a gambler, risk taker, saver, and spender. Otherwise, our economy, it doesn't function. So we become a whole. So by understanding each other, I think socially, we have a better peace in the world. Now I want you to go to the Facebook page and share your money type and have fun with everybody there, because you're the same type. You can probably understand each other. And the second part is that you go to a different type of people and try to understand and hopefully have compassion for the different money type. And by doing that, you probably feel more of your parents, your brothers and sisters, your friends, and your partners that way. So please enjoy a different money type. I hope you have a lot of fun today. Tomorrow, I'm going to share about my great mentor, Wahei Takeda. So, see you. Money indifferent type. They are nice people, genuinely good heart, because they are far away from greed, far away from taking advantage of other people, while moneymaker type tend to be a little bit greedy and sketchy sometimes because they want to get money and they do anything for that. But money indifferent type of people are usually in the work like school teachers, or college professors who are in a serving profession. And they were born and brought up in a very financially comfortable situation, not necessarily very wealthy, but all their life, they were not worried about money. So when they were born, they had some money, and when they grew up, they had enough money so they can get a very good education. And they tend to be more academic, and then they choose the occupation not based on how much money they can make, but based on what they can do. So they find joy in serving others, pursuing their academic career. They are the luckiest people because they can live without thinking of money. They're not super wealthy people, but they can make both ends meet automatically because they're living within their means. I have a friend who is a money indifferent type, and his wife was joking about him because he lost his wallet and somebody just brought his wallet to the police station, which happens a lot in Japan. And the police called his house, and his wife answered the phone, and she found out that her husband's wallet was missing for 2 weeks. And she asked her husband, my friend, where's your wallet? And he didn't know. I don't know, it must be somewhere. And then he didn't know that he lost his wallet for 2 weeks. That's money indifferent type. And those people who don't care and who don't spend money because he commutes by train, and he has a train pass and then brings his own lunchbox and comes back. He doesn't attend any party, he doesn't go out, he doesn't spend any money. So he didn't know that he didn't have a wallet for 2 weeks. They are the happiest people on this planet because they're not influenced by money at all. Usually, they have wives and husbands who take care of their financial thing. One time I was helping this gentleman who was doing taxes. When I asked him, do you have banknotes or where's your money? He said, I don't know. And then because his wife took care of everything, after his wife passed away, he was so lost because he didn't know how much he has, and he doesn't even know where his bank information. And so it took him a few months to figure out how much he has, where he has, and all the other financial details. So as long as somebody is taking care of this money indifferent type, he or she is very happy. So money indifferent type people are the happiest, as I said. But once they have to deal with the situation, for example, if he or she gets laid off by the government or school system, he or she doesn't have any life skills because she loves teaching, but she doesn't know what else to do. So when a crisis like that happens, these money indifferent people cannot stay indifferent. So if you're money indifferent people, at least you have to know how much you have, and in case you get laid off, what are you going to do? You have to find out all that. So what's interesting is that money indifferent type of people are often an only child in the family. So he or she didn't have anybody to compete against. If you have 5 brothers and sisters, you have to fight over food and allowance money or whatever that is. But if you're an only child, you don't have to compete against anybody. So probably your parents took care of all the needs, and also your grandparents could have given everything you needed. So years later, you became such a happy but indifferent person to money. And I'm sure some of you got such a big shock by finding out about your money type. And I'm not blaming you, because the first time I thought of this money type, I was so ashamed that I was a spender. I was so ashamed that I was a gambler. Like, I cannot believe I'm a gambler. I cannot believe I'm a moneymaker. So I'm sure finding about who you are brings you embarrassment, shame, and guilt. And you feel like, oh, I'm cursed. I cannot change. But it's not true. I guarantee you can change, and you will change after learning about your relationship with money. I've taught hundreds of thousands of people over the past 26 years, and the shortest people can shift in matter of 2 weeks, and the longer one, it might take some years, but still people can shift. And what's interesting is that after they shift their relationship with money and become a different money type, they become so different. One time, there was this woman who was a saver. She was dressed in a gray skirt, gray sweater, very simple. And a few weeks later, she said, I'm going to become the spender, and which she became. And next time I saw her, she was in the most fashionable clothes, pink and yellow, and she had a beautiful makeup, very different hairstyle. And we can recognize her because she became so different. So if your money different type changes, your life also becomes very different. So if you are a certain money type, try different type. It's so fun if you change your life that way. And then probably in a few months or a few years later, you'll find a balance in between. So I've been telling you, you can enjoy your money type. At the same time, you can change too. Of course, I'm not just persuading you to change or stay where you are. You can stay as where you are and stay with your money type and be happy. And you can try something else and become happy. The choice is yours. What I'm saying is just enjoy and feel each money type. So that way, you can feel the joy and the pain of your parents. You can feel the excitement of your brother or sister. And you finally get it why your friends don't go out shopping with you, why they're not joining party with you, and because of their money type. So by understanding who you are and who your parents and your kids and most important in your life, you can enjoy life more. And by integrating all these money types in you, you'll be more whole, and hopefully you have less shame, less guilt, less resentment about money and your life. And by healing these wounds and pains around money and your money type, your life will shift. Now, I can talk about how you can relate to a different money type people. As I explained, you must have thought a lot of your friends' face and thought, oh, gee, I knew she's a gambler. I knew he's a spender. I knew my uncle was a saver. And sometimes you feel competitive and you feel like, oh, I'm better. I'm good at saving. I'm not just a stupid spender. Or you have a judgment against each other. That's what's so fun about this money, different money types. Certain money type, they feel like they're superior than others. For example, if a spender people talk about their life, they feel as if their life is much, much better than the saver type because they know how to enjoy life. At the same time, the saver people are proud that they have enough money to pay all the bills, and they just make fun of all the spenders because they're just partying every day and not taking responsibility. So by understanding these different money types, you can understand each other more. Before, you just made fun of other people, or you just simply didn't get it. Like, I don't know why my uncle, why my parents, why my brothers are in debt. I don't get it. So after understanding money types, you feel more sympathy. You can understand them more. And by understanding them, open up a new door, and hopefully you have a better connection with these people. And as you understand about money types, you understand your parents more, and especially your partners more. Before, you couldn't stand your partner's money types, but now you understand why they became who they are. And if you have compassion and understanding for each other, your partnership will shift. I've saved hundreds of marriages by giving money sessions because they finally got it. Wow, I thought you're just simply stupid, but you're just a different money type. So if they understand each other, and then if they can understand a better part of who they are, they can enjoy and integrate with one another. Because the reason why we are attracted to the other part is we need the essence. The saver people need more fun, and the spender people need more stability. By giving each other what they don't have, we become whole. So it's not just about a partnership, it's about who we are and who we become. So as a society, we need a gambler, risk taker, saver, and spender. Otherwise, our economy, it doesn't function. So we become a whole. So by understanding each other, I think socially, we have a better peace in the world. Now I want you to go to the Facebook page and share your money type and have fun with everybody there because you're the same type. You can probably understand each other. And the second part is that you go to a different type of people and try to understand and hopefully have compassion for the different money type. And by doing that, you probably feel more of your parents, your brothers and sisters, your friends, and your partners that way. So please enjoy a different money type. I hope you have a lot of fun today. Tomorrow, I'm going to share about my great mentor, Wahei Takeda. So, see you. So the third category is fear type. So these people are afraid of money. Since they're scared of money, they try to run away from money. As they grew up, they figured that money could be dangerous. I'm sure they had some traumatic experiences when they're small. So at one time, they decided, I have to stay away from money. I have to run away from money. That's why they feel guilt, shame, and embarrassment, and resentment against money. So they try to run away as fast and as long as possible from money. As a result, they have financial issues because if you try to stay away from money, you cannot make money and you cannot save money and you spend money too much. That way they have a hard time paying the bills. They cannot make enough money to survive. So they have this survival issue. That brings another issue because if you have little money, you tend to worry about money and you tend to be resentment when the money come in and money goes out. so you feel bad about money in general. One of the fear types is a hippie. If it's possible, they want to stay away from this capitalism. It's a terrible thing, they believe. So they try to spend as little cash as possible. They grow own food and they escape from the system called capitalism. So you may think hippie and indifferent people are similar, but they're not at all, because indifferent people are genuinely happy people. They're indifferent to money, whereas hippie people feel strong resentment against money. So indifferent people, even if they have money, they don't care. Whereas hippie people think money is their enemy. Because if you have money, that means you try to take advantage of other people, and as a result, you have the money. So when I have a counseling session with the hippie type of people, they say capitalism is bad, money corrupts people, and they have this stereotypical negative image about money. But as long as you have that kind of image, you can enjoy money. I think money can bring happiness and joy, but these people think money can destroy your life, which is partially true. Okay, and there's a gambler type. Gambler type of people, they destroy their life by doing stupid things with money. Some smart investors, they do that, which is amazing. I'm sure you know from the news that one of the smartest investors in Wall Street, they just do an incredible gambling, even though they are the smartest people on this planet. So the gambler, not necessarily in casinos, they gamble with their business, they gamble with their life. So the gambling people, their intention is to lose money and feel miserable. It's because they hate money. I don't know what happened to them when they're a small child, but they must have had very bad experiences. So they want to do some revenge against money. But being a gambler, they are destined to lose, because gambling people find joy in winning, but they find somehow more joy in losing. And with this losing and winning, they find this excitement. That's a sort of addiction in my mind. But these gambling people are also a fear type people. They are afraid of money. That's why they cannot keep the money. I did a few sessions with a gambler type, and their parents tend to be working for government or very stable job people. So they couldn't stand this boring environment. So they wanted to be a big shot. They wanted to move energy because they didn't like this stagnating, very flat feeling in their life. That's why they're going to make it or lose it. And gambler, as you can imagine, is a mix of money maker and also a spender. And all this explanation is about the mixture of everything. I'm not saying certain money type is bad or good. We have all tendency. So there's this saver and splurger type. So this one is, they are good at saving. My father was that type, by the way. Saving. One day, he or she spends it all. And then, once again, they start saving. I'm sure some of your friends or parents are that way. So this type of people, they know how to have fun. But at the same time, they regret about the fact that they spend all the money the morning after they did it. So once again, they start saving. As you can see, it's a pendulum, fear and excitement. And all the money types are that way. That's when I give a counseling to 3 generations, grandparents, parents, and my clients. What's interesting is that we all have different money types, and we're going from spender and if you're grandparents or spender, somehow your parents become a saver, and then you become a gambler. So this generational transcendence is so fascinating when you take a look. And I think by now you have all the thoughts about your parents and grandparents and what happened to your siblings or friends. Once again, you're not restricted to one type. People ask me often, Ken, which type are you? I am the moneymaker, spender, and also a bit of gambler and everything in it. That's why I I can explain all the types and I can feel for everybody. So it's just a tendency of you may be more spender this week and the saver next week. So the last category is warrior. They worry about money. You may be one of those, and I'm sure you know there are some people who worry about those. And once again, a warrior could be a combination with a saver. But the reason why I put them to a fear type is because they're not doing anything, while controlling type people take actions like making money, spending, or saving. This fearful, worrying type, they do nothing but just sit and worry. And it's not good for your health because you worry, and then you're not spending, you're not saving, you just worry. So when you think of doing something, you worry if you have enough money. And when your parents or your kids or your friends ask you to loan some money, you worry if somebody is going to pay you back, so you cannot really think about it. When you think of going back to school, you worry the money you have may not be enough, so you worry about anything. That's what worry money type does. So as you can see, worrying type, they're not just worrying about money. They have this trust issue. So they worry and they cannot trust that life will take care of them. That's why they worry about money. But in essence, they're not worrying about money. They're worrying about life. They will be in a situation without any money. So that's their nightmare. That's why they keep worrying. So if you're a warrior type, you have to start thinking about life in a totally different way. And if you start trusting, your life could shift. And I'm sure some of you got such a big shock by finding out about your money type. And I'm not blaming you, because the first time I thought of this money type, I was so ashamed that I was a spender. I was so ashamed that I was a gambler. Like, I cannot believe I'm a gambler. I cannot believe I'm a moneymaker. So I'm sure finding about who you are brings you embarrassment, shame, and guilt. And you feel like, oh, I'm cursed. I cannot change. But it's not true. I guarantee you can change, and you will change after learning about your relationship with money. I've taught hundreds of thousands of people over the past 26 years, and the shortest people can shift in a matter of 2 weeks, and the longer one, it might take some years, but still people can shift. And what's interesting is that after they shift their relationship with money and become a different money type, they become so different. One time, there was this woman who was a saver. She was dressing a gray skirt, gray sweater, very simple. And a few weeks later, she said, I'm going to become the spender. And which she became. And next time I saw her, she was in the most fashionable clothes, pink and yellow, and she had a beautiful makeup, very different hairstyle. And we can recognize her because she became so different. So if your money different type changes, your life also becomes very different. So if you are a certain money type, try a different type. It's so fun if you change your life that way. And then probably in a few months or a few years later, you'll find a balance in between. So I've been telling you, you can enjoy your money type. At the same time, you can change too. Of course, I'm not just persuading you to change or stay where you are. You can stay as where you are and stay with your money type and be happy. And you can try something else and become happy. The choice is yours. What I'm saying is just enjoy and feel each money type. So that way you can feel the joy and the pain of your parents. You can feel the excitement of your brother or sister. And you finally get it why your friends don't go out shopping with you, why they're not joining party with you, and because of their money type. So by understanding who you are and who your parents and your kids and most important in your life, you can enjoy life more. And by integrating all these money types in you, you'll be more whole. And hopefully you have less shame, less guilt, less resentment about money and your life. And by healing these wounds and pains around money and your money type, your life will shift. Now, I can talk about how you can relate to a different money type people. As I explained, you must have thought a lot of your friends' face and thought, oh, gee, I knew she's a gambler. I knew he's a spender. I knew my uncle was a saver. And sometimes you feel competitive and you feel like, oh, I'm better. I'm good at saving. I'm not just a stupid spender. Or you have a judgment against each other. That's what's so fun about this different money types. Certain money type, they feel like they're superior than others. For example, if a spender people talk about their life, they feel as if their life is much, much better than the saver type because they know how to enjoy life. At the same time, the saver people are proud that they have enough money to pay all the bills, and they just make fun of all the spenders because they're just partying every day and not taking responsibility. So by understanding these different money types, you can understand each other more. Before, you just made fun of other people, or you just simply didn't get it. Like, I don't know why my uncle, why my parents, why my brothers are in debt. I don't get it. So after understanding money types, you feel more sympathy. You can understand them more. And by understanding them, open up a new door, and hopefully you have a better connection with these people. And as you understand about money types, you understand your parents more, and especially your partners more. Before, you couldn't stand your partner's money types, but now you understand why they became who they are. And if you have compassion and understanding for each other, your partnership will shift. I've saved hundreds of marriages by giving money sessions because they finally got it. Wow, I thought you were just simply stupid, but you're just a different money type. So if they understand each other, and then if they can understand a better part of who they are, they can enjoy and integrate with one another. Because the reason why we are attracted to the other part is we need the essence. The saver people need more fun, and the spender people need more stability. By giving each other what they don't have, we become whole. So it's not just about a partnership, it's about who we are and who we become. So as a society, we need a gambler, risk taker, saver, and spender. Otherwise, our economy, it doesn't function. So we become a whole. So by understanding each other, I think socially, we have a better peace in the world. Now I want you to go to the Facebook page and share your money type and have fun with everybody there because you're the same type. You can probably understand each other. And the second part is that you go to a different type of people and try to understand and hopefully have compassion for the different money type. And by doing that, you probably feel more of your parents, your brothers and sisters, your friends, and your partners that way. So please enjoy a different money type. So I hope you have a lot of fun today. Tomorrow, I'm going to share about my great mentor, Wahei Takeda. So see you. Konnichiwa, welcome back. Today, I want to ask you one question. What would you say if sincerity brings you wealth into your life? I want to talk about my mentor Wahei Takeda, who passed away a few years ago, unfortunately. He was called Warren Buffett of Japan. He was a very wealthy man. He started very young as a candy factory owner. And he became one of the most successful individual investors in Japan. And he was one time major shareholder of more than 100 public companies in Japan. As I learned about wealth and happiness through his teachings, he taught us everything about money in very Zen way. And one of the learnings I had with him is money EQ is more important than money IQ. There are so many intelligent people, smart people, savvy people financially, but they end up losing everything because they have low money EQ. And today, I want to talk about why money EQ is important. And one of the words he taught me is maro up. That is an abbreviation, is magokoro up. Magokoro means sincerity, true heart, and a generous self in you. So he believed that if you raise up your sincerity level and if you become a more generous person and more loving person, that will be the factor to attract wealth. And I learned from him for about 10 years, and he taught me everything I need to know about money EQ. Why was I attracted to him? I'm going to share a few stories. He started out as a young boy and whose father was a factory owner, and they were making sweets. And as he grew, he wanted to learn about business. So he started his own factory in the Northern Island, and he became very successful. And as his business grew, on the side, he started investing. His business philosophy is very unique and yet very simple. In his cookie factories, he has a big stereo speakers. They're playing kids' songs all over 24/7. It's about thank you. So while his cookies are being made, cookies listen to the song of thank you more than a million times. So by the time the cookies are made, the cookies have listened to 1 million thank you. So when they melt in baby's mouth, Wahei believed that it's going to impact baby's body with love and compassion and generosity. That's how he made business. And whenever he goes around, he was carrying gold coins in his pockets. And whenever we saw a beautiful smile on the street or in a cafe one time, he congratulates with his gold coin to the ladies and or the waiters and waitresses. And what was amazing is that that person feels the gold coin, and they usually cry or like super surprised because they've never been complimented about their smiles. And Wahei with a big smile says, "You have the best smile in the world. Keep shining, keep smiling, keep blessing the world. And then I want to congratulate you with my gold medal. So keep smiling for the rest of your life." And usually by then, that person cries and say, "Thank you, thank you, thank you. I will." And later I ask him, "But you're losing $600 worth of coins every time you give. Isn't that a loss for you?" And he said, "Ken, no kidding. I'm gaining so much. I regard it as a great shopping because I bought somebody's lifetime of smile with only $600. And also, from the standpoint of gold coin, which is happier, the gold coin in my pocket or gold coin in her pocket? It's obvious. So Wahei's teaching is always that way. And he taught me by actions. So the way he generously interacts with people, everybody fell in love with him, and somehow, miraculously, all his investment grew. If there's any god of investing, that god is beside Wahei, and with all the money he made, he gave out money so generously to many charities. The biggest thing he taught me is maro up. That means if we raise our consciousness of abundance and prosperity, we can attract more in life, meaning more materialistic thing and also great opportunities around you. So maro is a short version of magokoro, which means sincerity. So when you're generous with somebody, he or she will be generous back to you. So the way he lived his life, all through his life, is very interesting because the people he helped are going to not necessarily directly helping him back, but the essence of Maru Up is in appreciation. Wahei said, appreciation opens doors for so many other things. Because when you appreciate, things appreciate. And I'm not talking about just spiritual practice. He taught me with all the examples. She is one of my students who was getting paid very poorly in a working environment. She was a secretary. She didn't also have a college degree, but she was complaining about her situation because she didn't get any money. She's not getting a raise for years. But after learning about this Maru Up, appreciation, she began to appreciate about her situation. She didn't have any college degree, but her boss hired her and kept her. So she started thanking her boss by writing a card, by saying thank you in person. And a few weeks later, she got a big raise. So this appreciation is not just a spiritual practice. It somehow opens doors for opportunities. Definitely, appreciation connects people. If you appreciate it, you want to appreciate her or him back. And if you appreciate your partners, your kids, your parents, they appreciate you back. So this appreciation is interesting. It's contagious. Once you start saying thank you, the other person would also say thank you. So this cycle of appreciation grows. That's what Wahei believed, and that's what Wahei wanted this world to be. So Wahei didn't teach us only about the spiritual practice. He taught us about investing because he was a great investor. But his teaching was rather Zen-like. One time I asked him, I wanted to know the tips, which stocks would go up and go down. I asked him, how do you choose which company to invest or not? He, with a big smile always, he said, it's very simple. Invest in companies that have high values and virtues because they are likely to make more money. If they're impacting the world, they're likely to get money back later on. So invest in companies that have high values and virtues. But we didn't get it. And so we asked Wahei, so how can you tell that companies have high virtues and high values? And Wahei smiled and he said, unless you have high values and high virtues, you cannot see them. So Wahei's teaching was very Zen Buddhist-like. And so sometimes people don't get it, but I got it so deeply. If you want to be wealthy, you have to own a pond. And every morning, you just drink as much water as you want, but the morning after, there will be enough water back. So if you own a pond, you'll be wealthy. Those answers are so Zen, but I got it. So I started writing a series of books that would keep selling after Wahei's ideas. So I realized for me, for example, owning a little pond was writing bestsellers. For some people, real estate business. For some people, having royalties. For some people, other kind of business that keeps bringing in money. But if you start thinking, what is your pond for you? It's so interesting. I've taught this philosophy to hundreds of thousands of people. They came up with so many creative ideas to own a small pond. So it takes some time to really get it, but doing Maru Up on the first step is to appreciate what you have in your life. So the essence of Maru Up, there are two kinds of living, shifting up and shifting down. If you appreciate what's coming into your life, somehow you feel more excited about what you do, and then that reflects back to you. So you're going in the flow of uplifting. And on the other hand, if you start complaining about your environment, you kind of start this downshifting without knowing. So either you are upshifting or downshifting. So the easiest way to Maru Up is start appreciating, that gives you this angle of upshifting. Whatever happens in your life, don't complain, is what Wahei said. So when they're fired from work or if they're getting a divorce, Wahei always said, congratulations, you're going to now start a new life. So just start living your life fully. So whenever bad things happen, Wahei used to say, congratulations, don't worry about it. This is a great sign of your life turning around. So because of Wahei's teachings, I have 4 or 5 different envelopes. Whenever I see or meet somebody who is in need, I try to give out some envelopes, depending on the intensity of the bad luck. Like say you're into a car accident, I have $100 bill, and if you lost your house, I have about $1,000 worth of cash, and give it to them and say, congratulations, your luck will shift. And Wahei was a master in bringing everybody upshifting after meeting him. So I hope I'll do the same way with you or with everybody, because when you start upshifting, life will change dramatically. And the key is to appreciate what's in your life. So I'm going to share with you 5 tips to moral up. The first one is to be in this present moment. He used to say, only to be in this present moment, you can change your life. If you go back to your past and think about it, you cannot change your life. If you go to your future and try to plan things, you cannot change your life. You have to be in this moment, to be here, present. And that way is the only way to shift your life. And second, as I explained before, start appreciating what you have in life. It's not just about appreciating good things, appreciating negative things. Because Wahei said, there's no negative, there's no positive. Just appreciate whatever you have in life. Number 3 is stop complaining. The reason why Wahei says stop complaining is that even if you are in a negative situation, there must be some good in that too. If you're in a bad relationship, that is usually a trigger to go for a better relationship. So if you start complaining, you lose the power to change your life. So he said, focus on something else. So that's why he said appreciation overrides complaints. Number 4 is listen to your intuition. Wahei always said, your intuition is the key. You know everything. You know more than you think. Wahei asked me, what does your heart say, Ken? So when you hear your own wisdom, your deep intuition, there's always a right answer for you. So you have to practice what your intuition is telling you. And number 5 is letting go of your outcome of attachment to things. Wahei was living like a monk, even though he had so much in material things and financial things, and everybody loved Wahei, his neighbors, his friends, his workers, his customers, and all the children who visited his children's sweet castle, which is, he built a real castle. But as much as he had no attachment. He let go of things so easily. Whatever he has, he gives it to people. One time, I did a birthday party for him. I got about 600 people for him. Because he has everything. So I wanted 600 young people sing a happy birthday song for him. And he was so super excited and thankful for my friends and students. So he said, whoever got even with stones and scissors and paper, I'll give you a gold coin. Everybody was so excited. And the way he did it, so everybody won. And he gave out hundreds of gold coins that day. So I saw him finding joy in detachment. So if you find yourself, you're attaching to something, this is a great opportunity to let go. If you let go, things will move faster. Now you're going to have a lot of fun. My good friend, Dr. Scott Mills, is going to take you through the brain training that will take you to the deep state of appreciation. Enjoy that. Konnichiwa, welcome back. I want to start by asking you a question. How would you feel if money came and went freely? And most of us hear this question, no, it can't be happening. I don't think it's easy that money comes in so freely and goes so freely. So the reason why we feel that way is we have experiences in the past that money didn't come so freely. So we have a hard time believing that money will come soon. As a result, we tend to attach to money and we tend to hold on to the money. For example, if we spend $500, we'll lose a power of $500 worth of freedom and a security. So that way, we tend to save money. We tend not to spend money. So that way, we can still have the power. But what if you can believe that money comes in so naturally and flows so beautifully? You don't have to worry about it. I think it's almost like a rent a car. If you don't own a car, whatever you want, you can rent a car. You don't worry about it. And then you enjoy the ride and return the car. And there's probably not much stress. But when it comes to money, you feel fear. You worry. Even though money came one time, you're not really sure if money will keep coming the next time. So when you come to think of it, it's not just about the money, it's about the trust issue, because we are so scared. We are so afraid of money. My mentor and friend, Lynn Twist, once said, we live in a trance because we are living in the city called scarcity. We are so afraid. If you live in this scarcity, we believe there's not enough. So when we have certain things, we don't want to spend it, we don't want to give it, we don't want to share it. Because once you let go, you have nothing in your hands. But if there's any town that people are happily sharing what they have, either it's money or food, it'll be probably totally different from what it looks from scarcity. But unfortunately, we are so born and brought up in this mentality that we are often told, don't waste money, don't let go of money so easily. You have to be so smart. You have to be careful with money. So we feel scared already about money. And when we spend it, we have to think hard. And then we have to be so careful when we spend it. It's because we are scared. But what if we are free from this scary feeling that we have to do things right? I think your life would be totally different if you're free of fear and anxiety around money. So the people who live in scarcity think like this. Because it's going to cost money, I'm not going to take any vacation. Since it's going to cost money, I'm not going to go back to school, even though it's going to help me in my career. I don't know if I'm confident in making more money, I should not think of changing my jobs and hold on to the jobs that I don't even like. So those are the people who live in scarcity, and they tend to think that taking a risk is bad. And because of money, I shouldn't do this. So that is a scarcity mentality. And in this city, everything is fear-based. So I want to check how you decide things and how you choose things. Are you based on fear? Are you based on happy decisions and excitement? So probably you must be wondering, why are we stuck? Why are we so scared? The reason is we're born and brought up in this environment where money is not enough. Unless you're careful, you'll lose it all. And some of you experience the exact situation. Since you were not careful, you were in a terrible situation. And I understand because things happen like that. But if you live in this scarcity and keep thinking this way, you can never get out. So you have to start thinking in a different way. Look at money and life from a different light. Otherwise, you'll be stuck and your options will be limited. Okay, most of you must be feeling, I had enough of this scarcity. How can I get out? Where can I go? And the answer is that you don't have to change anything. You don't have to leave the city. If you take a close look at the city, even in the same city, some people are living a happy life. And when you take a look at it, they're making the same amount of money, they're doing a similar job, but their attitude toward life and money is different. For example, even if you make enough amount of money, people who are not living in a scarcity mindset, they feel the joy of receiving money, and they feel so much joy when they spend money too. So they're not scared in either way, whereas people in the scarcity feel frustrated when they receive money, and they get upset when they spend money. So even without leaving the city, by changing your mindset, you can start getting out of the city mentally first. And the key is, once again, appreciation. If you have more trust in life, the more trust that money will come, you feel less stress in spending because you feel confident that money will come again. But if you're so uptight about the situation, and if you less trust that money will come, you are less likely to let go. So just try letting go of money and trusting 10% more. By doing that, you'd probably still be afraid, but by letting go of money, and then you're not gonna die, and then money comes, and then let go. And if you just keep this cycle 5 to 10 times, you feel very different. But since we're scared of this process, it's so hard to receive with joy and spend with joy. So the reason why we are stuck in this scarcity is that we don't know any other place. And also, what we feel familiar, we feel safe. So from now, Dr. Scott Mills is going to retrain your brain to take you out from this scarcity. So enjoy the ride. Konnichiwa, welcome back. Today I want to start by asking you a question. How would you feel if you're free from complaining about money? Today I want to talk about my mentor, Wahei Takeda. One time I had this great opportunity to visit him in privacy. So the night before I was thinking what kind of question I should ask him. I have only like a few minutes. And then I decided to ask him one question. When I was invited to his private room, I asked him, what is the secret of wealth? Can you teach me if there's only one thing? And he said, that's very easy. With a big smile on his face, he said, arigato your money. And I just froze and I didn't get it. Arigato your money? And he said, thank your money. That is a shortcut to wealth. And for probably like 10 seconds, I was like, what? And then he said, oh, actually there are two things. Arigato money when it comes in, and arigato money when it goes. So it's almost like, I remember a movie, Karate Kid, it says, walks in, walks out. Mr. Miyagi, what is this? Arigato in, arigato out? I was completely lost. And I became a great student of Wahei later on, and he explained to me, it's still the most important thing. When something comes in, can you appreciate it, or do you want to complain about it? It's the attitude. It's not just about money. It's about life, is what he said. So since then, I practice this arigato in, arigato out every day. And I recommend you do that. It doesn't cost you anything. And I have taught these principles to hundreds of thousands of people. And I'm hearing incredible stories just by doing this. When money comes in next time, receive a check or get bank statement, just arigato your money, thank your money, and feel it. And when you spend your money, also feel the appreciation and say arigato or thank you the money. But I know it's hard. It was relatively easier for me to thank the money when it comes in because I'm very happy. But the hardest part is spending it or letting go or paying the bills. For example, paying for the meals is not so bad because I enjoy the meal and I had so much fun. But paying the taxes, can you do that? Arigato your taxes. And I asked Wahei, I have a hard time paying taxes and still say arigato. And he said, but you have to pay taxes anyway, right? And yes, he said, you have a choice here. Do you want to do that with grudges? You want to do that with appreciation? But I said, Wahei, but they're wasting my tax dollars for something stupid. Yes, I know, but still you have a choice. Do you appreciate it or do you complain it? I hope you go deeper with this. And then I started doing this practice, appreciating no matter what. And because of this, I became less and less complaining about the situation around me. So arigato in and arigato out is the most powerful tool and very simple one that you can choose to do every day. So I invite you to do this for the rest of today and the rest of the course and hopefully rest of your life because it's fun. So next time when you buy something, a cup of coffee or do some grocery shopping, try arigato when you spend the money. And also when you receive money, also say arigato to your money. And by doing this, you start the cycle of appreciation and then you feel good about it. So by starting this cycle of appreciation, your life will shift. Wahei said, human mind is very interesting because it can focus only one thing at a time. If you focus on appreciation, you cannot focus on complaining. So Wahei said, when you are worried about money, when you are anxious about something, just say thank you or arigato. And if you start doing that, your mind shifts. And some of my students, after a few weeks, came back to me and said, Ken, I forgot how to worry about money. And I forgot how to worry about my life either. So that is the effect that arigato in, arigato out does. So just enjoy arigato in, arigato out. Next time when you worry about something or when you feel anxious about something, just come up with something to appreciate about. Only one thing. And then if you can do that, two things. By doing 3 or 4, you forget what was I worried about. So just try that. Okay, now we have completed the first week. How do you feel? I'm sure you must have felt the shift in you. And I'm so excited if you're feeling the shift in you. I'm so happy to share this knowledge with you because I have shifted my life as the way you do now. And at the beginning, I was very dubious. I was doubtful about Wahei's teaching or money EQ. But then when I practiced arigato in, arigato just only for a few days, I felt just simply happier. So I hope whatever you got, I want you to practice, and it's a lot of fun. And next week, I am so excited to share this with you because next week's material has changed my life, and not only me, has changed hundreds of thousands of people's lives. It's about how to heal your money wounds. The reason why you're so scared of money and we are so anxious about money and the reason why we cannot trust our future is that we've been hurt so much since we're a small child. And oftentimes our parents are involved, their siblings are involved, and because of the dramas around money and fights and despair and frustration and anger around the dramas and money, we came to believe that money is bad, money is evil, money separates people, and money destroys life. But is that really true? For the past week, you've been thinking what money does, what money did to you, and what money could do for you. So I think money is good and money is bad. At the same time, it's just your choice. Which one do you believe? It's your choice. And next week, by looking deeper into your family wounds around money and heal them, you're going to feel so much lighter and you have so much compassion for you and for your family and for the world. So by healing the money wounds, you're going to enjoy a much happier and brighter life. And I can't wait to share this with you next week. Welcome back and congratulations on finishing the week 1. And I'm so excited to share with you week 2 because week 2 we're going to learn so much about what stops our money flow and especially our family money wounds. The family money wounds stop the money flow so big. I've done so many healings with my students and all the lessons we're going to learn together. We're going to unblock the flow of money and do a lot of healings of the past. And by doing this, we're going to have a totally different life because healing the money wounds could transform your life and especially your relationship with money. So I want to start by asking you a question. What blocks the money flow in your life? So ideal money flow is like this. Money comes in and then goes out without any resistance. But somehow in our life, we have a lot of resistance and blocks. When some money is offered, we feel like, oh, no, I don't need it. Or, I don't, no, I can't accept that. But that's more of a resistance. And also when we're given opportunities, we feel scared when we are worried. Can I jump on that opportunities or not? So subconsciously, there's so many ways to stop the flow of money. And also we have a hard time keeping the flow of money going because we feel unworthy, we feel guilty, we feel funny shyness around money. As much as you want money, you don't want money to be in your life. So when you take a look at these issues, especially if the same thing keeps happening to you, that's a money block. So why is it that you keep missing the opportunity to get a good job or get a raise or when you try to start a business, something happens and then the project goes under. So when you take a close look at these events, there's always a money block. And underneath the money block, there are always the pains associated with the events that happened many years ago. Let's take a look at money blocks. I have done a lot of counselings around money. And I realized that people have certain patterns with their money. For example, if you're good at making money and you make and enough money, but then boom, you lose something with investment, or people are stuck in this low-paying jobs and she or he cannot go anywhere. Or the people who move from one place to the other and then they get paid, but suddenly they get laid off and then they have to start over. So there are patterns, and it's very different from individuals, but there's a certain pattern that keeps the money flow not going as smoothly as you want. So when you take a close look at money, there could be many different types, but certain people have a hard time receiving, and the other people have a hard time seeking for opportunities. Or other people make money, but they're not good at keeping the money. So there are all kinds of money blocks, which I'm going to go in details. But just remember, if there's a pattern, what kinds of patterns do you have around money? And then what blocks the money flow? Even the money flows beautifully, but if you cannot keep the money long time enough, you have to always worry about money, if it keeps coming or not. So take a look at your money flow and just find a pattern in your life. In the course of my money counseling, I realized that financially challenged people often spend too much on something that they don't even want because they feel control when they spend money, and the wealthy people don't spend money on a regular basis. They might buy something very nice but very high quality. So it's because they don't have to feel they're in control when they do the shopping. So the reason that you may not have enough money in the bank is that you must have done some shopping that is not quite right for you. So that way you waste the money, and the money you're supposed to keep it in the bank are gone somewhere. So of course you may think that rich people spend a lot of money too, but they're okay because they can afford it. But what I'm talking about is financially challenged people should keep the money, but they spend the money that they should keep. That's my point. Before we go in deeper with money wounds, I want you to remember all the wounds I'm going to talk about, everybody has. And I have the same one, and a lot of other people have the same one. So don't worry if you have the one. Don't feel like you're cursed, you'll be like this forever. By identifying the family money wounds you have, that's a start that you can get to heal. So the first one is the past traumas. I'm sure all of us have one thing or another, because when we grew up, we have some incidents that in that situation that we're denied to buy something that is so super important to us. It could be a doll or toys or bicycle. Certain situation like your parents got a divorce or your parents went bankruptcy, and all these traumatic experiences that happened around money. Those, I call them money traumas. So the second one is your personal experiences. I'm sure you've done so much and still it's hard to make both ends meet, or you ask for a raise but you didn't get it. So that type of personal experiences, that could be your money wounds. Or entrepreneurs, you do so much and one time sales go up but just kind of crash at the end. So those experiences are still haunting you. Or you wanted a certain amount of income but it didn't happen. So that kind of personal experiences could be your money wounds. So one of my students' trauma was that her parents had huge fights over money every day, constantly. So as she grew up, she thought money was so terrible because they always fought over money. So they ended up in divorce. So she thought money can separate people. So that kind of traumatic experiences could be the cause of you not going into a relationship or going for money. And past traumas tend to be forgotten in your mind because it's so intense. But when you go into a relationship or when you go for more money, suddenly this energy stops you. It's almost like a bodyguard comes in and say, oh, no more money. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble. Otherwise, you won't be safe. So this way, past traumas intervene in your life and then stop the money flow. The third one, family wounds. This is a big one. I have so many stories to share. For example, one of my students came to me and said he had these issues with money from long time ago. His parents and grandparents, and when you take a look at your family tree, so many fascinating facts will reveal, because the fact that he wants to go in an entrepreneur world, but his parents stop him because they're working for government. They want stability. The reason why they're so stubborn in keeping their son in a stable job is that they had such a terrible time when they were small kids, both of them. The reason why is that their parents, grandparents for him, lost their businesses. So that's why his parents had the hardest time when they grew up. As a result of 3 generations of family money blocks, he also feels like Can I go on my own, or should I stay in a government job that's very safe and secure? So that type of family wounds that carry on generations from grandparents to parents and then you. It's so hard because it's buried into your subconscious. So unless you take a close look at what happened when you were small, what happened when your parents are small, what happened when your grandparents are small, you cannot really know what's going on. And it's not just only in Japan or in Europe or in the US, it's everywhere, because our parents grew up in a certain environment and our grandparents grew up in such a tough environment, probably after the war, during the Depression. So this money scarcity mentality got carried to this generation and to the next. And as a third generation of people who got scared with money, it's influencing your financial life and also your emotional life. Number 4 is cultural expectation. It's so fascinating to hear stories from the people all around the world because they have these cultural influences. In North American culture, probably doing more, making more, so you look great and you're worth more. That's also cultural pressure. And in Asia, more, there will be a pressure that you do more, you make more, so you can take care of your family. So one way or another, there's this cultural funny pressure on you that could be traumatic. So what would these money wounds influence you? In so many ways. For example, one of my students came to me and shared a story. She was donating small money, it's like $10 to a charity, but literally she could hear her mother saying, "Don't waste your money." So that kind of thing is so influential. Sometimes it's very obvious, sometimes it's hidden, but these past experiences and traumas could influence you in so many different ways. Or when you know that spending some money on your college education, if you go back to college or take some courses, you know it's good for you. But somewhere in your mind saying that spending more money is not going to take you anywhere. Look at the college education. You got a huge student loan. What good did it do for you? So those things, your inner voice, your inner critic. So your inner critic and inner voice of money worries stop you from learning new things, which could open new doors for you. Traumatic experiences, small and big, could influence your everyday life and every decision you make around money. And these things stop you from enjoying the flow of happy money. If you're emotionally healthy and didn't have any of these traumatic experiences, probably you're so happy to give out for the charity. You're so happy to take new courses and don't worry about money. Of course, you're careful to make both ends meet, but you're not worried about those things. You just trust money comes in, and then you trust your money will make somebody happy. But because of these traumatic experiences, we hesitate to spend money on the things which are very important to us. And these traumatic experiences in the past teach you that you have to hold on to the money. So if you're an entrepreneur, even if you make a certain amount of money, if you feel like it's not enough, and after making $100,000, you feel the need to make more. And after about making $1 million, you feel like I need to do more to feel safe or just to feel important. So if these money experiences in the past haunt you, you motivated to go faster and faster and faster without even noticing it. So that is the scary part of this money wounds. And as you remember, last week, we mentioned that money can be your friend, but since we're so afraid of money, we try to run away and hide or try to control it. Either way, we lose peace of mind. That's why I'm teaching you this, and that's why we're going to heal the money wounds together. For the happy work today, I'm going to invite you to do the assessment of money wounds. So tomorrow, we're going to take a closer look at negative emotions. And especially, we're going to start healing the wounds of guilt, shame, doubt around money. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Konnichiwa. Welcome back. Today, we're going to take a close look at traumas in the past around money. So I want to start by asking you this question. What is the most painful emotions around money in your life? When I ask this question to myself, I have a few dramas that happened to me. And I think probably the biggest emotions for me is fear. I was afraid that if I do something bad with money, something bad is going to happen. For example, parents fought over money and ended up in divorce. You feel like money could cause so much pain in the family. So I think you associate money with pain. For some people, probably it's a shame. When you were small, you didn't have enough money, so you felt a lot of shame for not having enough. When you went to school, your friends had all the same bicycles or iPod or whatever that is, but you didn't have them because your parents didn't buy them. So you felt shame around money. And as you grew, shame could be the main emotions because whatever you do, you're not good enough, that's shame. Or unworthiness is another emotions you may experience most. I feel so unworthy to receive money. That's why I cannot go for my dreams. So other emotions could be embarrassment or shyness or whatever that is. It could be stopping your life. So talking about negative emotions around money, there is this woman who grew up in a tough neighborhood. As she grew, the biggest emotion she had was shame. She felt so ashamed of not having enough. She ended up working in a big corporation. She got a good salary and she got a raise. So she worked hard, so she got another raise. So her career was great. But the problem is this feeling of shame. She felt so embarrassed if she didn't get the right clothes, right fashion, right car. So this feeling of shame influenced her life. Even though she got the highest paid person among her generation, she needed to get so many stuff so she doesn't have to feel shameful. So she got the best car, she lived in a nice condo, she wore nice fashion. As a result, she was always in debt. Not a huge debt because her salary is high, but because of the emotion that she is running away from, which is shame, she went into a restaurant and tries to order expensive dishes. So that way, she always had a hard time paying the bills. So if you don't face and heal this pain, you always have this funny urge to spend more money than necessary. So the other example when we talk about feeling is guilt. There's this man who was also growing up in a tough family. They're doing financially okay, but because there wasn't enough love, he always felt this sense of security. But since other people around him didn't have enough, he always felt this guilty feeling if he was given more. So as he grew, this guilt was in the way of receiving more abundance. So after he became an adult, whenever he got this opportunity to get a raise or get a better job, he felt guilty because all the other friends around him didn't have what he had. So this guilt was really in the way. And after healing this feeling of guilt and decided to receive his worth, he got a raise, and then he ended up in a job he liked, and then he felt so comfortable receiving money. But unless you face this feeling of your past pain and then heal the wounds and pain around this feeling, you feel always guilty for getting more or getting a better job. So healing this emotional pain, especially negative ones, is very important because these feelings get in the way without your knowledge. Now it's going to be the fun part. My friend Dr. Scott Mills is going to take you the brain training of how to heal these money wounds. Konnichiwa, welcome back. And today, we're going to focus on family wounds. So I want to start by asking you a question. Who in your family is blocking the money flow? When we grew up, our parents used to say something about money. And if you had siblings, they must have said something to you. So I want you to go back to your childhood and start thinking, what happened to you? Not specifically, but in everyday life. Were your family financially comfortable, or were they always struggling? When you take a look at your energy in your house, what kind of energy you had while you grew up? Would it be fun energy? And would it be cold? Would it be violent, scary energy? When you grew up, if your family was happy with money, probably you are much happier than a lot of people. Even though you had a lot of money, if your parents didn't treat them right, or if they didn't treat you well, you probably still have some worry issues around money. Because what happened in your family is happening in your head and in your heart right now. Even though your parents may have passed away many years ago, still the impact they had on you is present. So without us knowing, we still carry a lot of pain, not only ours, but pain of our parents who passed away some years ago. Some of them have been dead for many years, but still we're carrying their pain in our heart. That's why we have a hard time paying the money. That's why we have a hard time receiving the money. That's why we have a hard time trusting our life. So let's pause for a moment and let's breathe together. And just remember what kind of pain your parents had when you were growing up, and what kind of pain your parents had when they were growing up. And just imagine all the pain coming from your parents' generation, potentially generations before, and they're just handed out to you, and you have a choice if you're going to hand it over to your next generation or not. Entrepreneurs who have this family pain, he or she may be feeling this urge to just keep going and without any stop. Her family or his family might be telling them, go for it, keep moving, otherwise you cannot feel secure. So you have to make so much money to feel secure for all of us. So if you are driven to work so hard, you have to check, is this you who want to work, or is it somebody else in you or in your system who pushes you to work so hard? And unless you understand what's going on in your system, you feel like you're almost like haunted to be driven to work. So remember last week I talked about the 3 different types? It's the way you reacted to your family. So even if you're born and brought up in the same household, your brother could end up being in control type. Your sister could be in indifferent type. So if you're born and brought up in a family where money was tight, if you want to be in control because you don't want to be in the same situation again, you end up being the number 1 type, which is the control type. And if you didn't feel any pain in the family, somehow, which is very interesting because siblings have different reactions to life. They may end up being a professor, and then they don't have to worry about money, or they don't bother with money. And the one who felt the most pain but didn't want to deal with it, they end up being the fear type. So they run away from money. So what's interesting is that the way you reacted to what happened decides your money type. When I do a family counseling, we find out so many interesting things. For example, if father and mother have different pains, the first child may take the mother's pain, so the second child could take on to father's pain. There's no rule who takes what, but somehow the combination of family members they decide whoever takes the person, the other one takes over the other one. So if you're interested, just write down your family members' names and then figure out who took whose pain and also who became who, which is very exciting because the way they reacted to what went on with the family decides the way they lived. So talking about indifferent type, they were brought up in a family, there may be pain or not, but these types somehow they have some distance to relationships or what's going on in the world. So what happened in the family didn't affect them as much. So if you grew up in the same household, your sister may become a controlling type, but you may end up being an indifferent type because you didn't really care about what's going on in the family and become a teacher, and then you don't bother with money. And the fear type felt so powerless in the situation, that's why they decided to run away. Whereas controlling type thought they could do something, so they took actions. Whereas fear type ran away because they couldn't face what went on. So it's just a different type of reactions turn people into different type of people. So that's what's interesting about the money types. And I've talked about parents a lot, but people would ask me about the single parent situation. Of course, the single family situation is the same. A similar kind of money pain exists. It doesn't really matter if you have two parents or one parent, the money pain is there. The fact that your father or mother couldn't afford to buy something, that pain is the same. You have both of your parents, but didn't get the same thing anyway. So the same situation happens when you are not given the right thing. But you may think, if only my father was alive, if only they didn't get a divorce. But the pain that causes is the same. So focus on the pain that you receive when you're small. Either you have parents or a single parent. And oftentimes, kids who grew up in a single parent thought something is wrong. So there's always something missing. I think the same thing applies to money situation. So they always dreamed, what if I had mother? What if I had father? And that illusion keeps haunting you. If you're brought up in a single family, there could be different reactions. Because if you feel that being in a single parent was bad, I'm not gonna let it happen, he or she will probably end up being in control. So they'll make sure that their families are being taken care of. And on the other hand, if he or she didn't pay much attention to society, probably they become indifferent type. And if they feel so much pain and fear, and then they got depressed and they felt powerless, they end up being fear type because they felt so overwhelming in the situation and they keep repeating the same pattern. So what's interesting is that your money type and whatever the situations are have this karmic pattern of repeating in the next generation. So after hearing all this, you may feel depressed or a certain pain and fear is coming up since you must have felt from childhood. It's completely natural and normal. I feel the same way over when I do money counseling. I cry with them because I feel the same pain. And it's so normal about having so many traumatic experiences since your childhood. And in the process of healing, I wonder what you want to do. You can say like, it's your fault, and you just point fingers to your parents and grandparents. Because of you, my life is very messed up. Or you can have compassion for your parents or the little ones who suffered and the grandparents who once were little ones many years ago. There were so many different things that you don't even know, or you cannot imagine how hard it was 100 years ago or 50 years ago. So you have a choice of just blaming them for not doing the right job, or having compassion for them because they did what they could do best. Even though the best was not enough, but they did what they could. So the choice is yours to receive or accept whatever happened, or keep blaming. Because if you keep blaming, you are likely to repeat the same pattern as your parents or grandparents did. So please feel about the choice, and if you could, have a compassion about the past and what happened. So from now, Dr. Scott Mills is going to take you to the brain training to heal these family wounds. Minasan konnichiwa. Welcome back. Today is an integration day. I want to start by asking you a question. Who want to forgive around money? As we have seen, the past wounds and a lot of releasing is happening. But out of all the things happen to your life, who do you want to forgive? And probably when you hear this word, a few faces or names pop up into your head. Could be your father, could be your mother, could be somebody who stole your money. So let's start taking a closer look at forgiveness. So years ago, as I healed the pain around money, I realized that I have to face my father. I had to forgive him for being whoever that is at the time. And after a few tries, I finally could forgive him. And in this forgiveness, we had such a deep connection. Miraculously, I had him say, "I'm sorry too." So as I forgive him for giving me a hard time, I realized he had the same thing when he was a child. So as a hurt child, I had a deep connection with him because he was hurt long time before me. So we had such a deep bonding as brothers. And as years go by, I realized that the healing and forgiveness that happened between my father and me opened up new doors. I felt this society is very safe, and older men, I used to have a lot of issues, but after healing with my father, I became very close to older people. That's why I could become good students with many mentors, including Wahei Takeda. So unless I did the deep healing with my father, I probably didn't have a good relationship with older people. That means I didn't have great mentors. And on other areas of my life, a lot of opportunities open up after deep healing with my father. When you hear the word forgiveness, you feel like, oh, I cannot forgive my parents, or I cannot forgive what they did to me. I understand that. Because whatever they did could be so tough on you, but unless you start healing this pain around what happened, the doors of many opportunities stay closed against you. And not just talking about the parents, you must have somebody that you have a hard time forgiving. For example, your friends got your money, even if it's $100 or $500, you trusted him or her, and then you loaned the money, but he or she never gave you back the money. And that the money was so desperately needed at the time. So when something like that happens, you feel this hurt deep inside. So you have a hard time trusting people again, because once you open up your heart to somebody and then it gets crashed, it's a traumatic experience. But unless you start trusting other people again, you cannot find peace. The reason why forgiveness is very important is if you cannot forgive somebody, it's almost like you have to become the guard for the prison, and you have to stay there 24/7. Unless you forgive and fire yourself as a guard, you have to be there all the time. That means a certain amount of energy has to be there outside of you. and it's not productive. So I'm not saying you should forgive for them. You should forgive for your own sake to be more free. And talking about forgiveness, there's one more important person to forgive. It's about you. It's about us. I'm sure all of us were in once a situation when we trusted somebody or some companies. That's why I lost a chunk of money. So we're so upset, not against the people, but to ourselves. We couldn't forgive ourselves for doing that. I'm sure you had the same experience in your past, that whenever you had a bad decision around money, or sometime that you trusted somebody that turned out to be very bad, you were so upset with yourself. So I want to invite you to start forgiving yourself. Otherwise, you stay bitter about yourself. And some of you who are parents to somebody, I know by the time you hear all this, I don't know, as a parent, I might have given some traumatic experience to my kids. I'm sure you did. But also I want you to forgive yourselves, because I've never met any single person or parent who hasn't done anything bad in their life. And even if you have great intention, we could potentially hurt somebody. So I'm sure whatever you said, whatever you didn't say, that hurt your kids. But it's okay, because kids are very forgiving, and I want you to forgive yourself for not being a perfect parent. Think about it. Your parents did the best they could, even though that was not enough. And I think we as a parent did what we could. We did our best, probably not enough. But unless we forgive ourselves or our parents, we cannot start anything. So if you can remember what happened in your past that you have a hard time forgiving, let's do that exercise together. So I want you to think of the situation and just remember what happened. Who was involved? And when was that? And go back to the scene and just start figuring out what happened. And in that scene, you experience certain thing. Could be a shame, fear, anxiety, or guilt. And because of that, you were super upset with that person, and then you had a hard time forgiving that person. And just look at the scene from above and then see what happens. This person may not have bad intention, may have a bad intention, but either way, you happen to be in this situation that you feel like a victim. And with this situation, at the moment, you feel like it's so bad, what a bad luck, and I can't believe I did this, or I can't believe that this is happening to me. But when some time passes, you know whatever happened was not just for that bad reason. And years after that, you may feel that was the beginning of your new life. Like, for example, a friend of mine lost a lot of money because his secretary stole money from his company. And because of that, he had to close a company that he succeeded from his father. But because of the bad luck, as it looks like, he could start working for somebody else, and he ended up working on his own. So if that thing didn't happen, he couldn't close a company and start something else. And if you have the ability to take a look in a different light, that incident may give you some gift. It could be the power to generate more money, it could be the strength, it could be the new network, or it could be the partner. Whatever that is, when something bad happens, it usually leaves a gift. And if you're careful, you're able to see it. So tomorrow, we're going to take a deeper look on the money belief system and the money belief that we got from the money wounds, and we're going to turn them around. Konnichiwa. Welcome back. Today, I'm going to ask you a question. Who's still influencing you around money? We covered our parents and grandparents, our friends, and whatever happened in our past, but still, they're not the only ones who are influencing us around money. The cultural pressure, society, and all of this combined, there's this force that's influencing us. For example, in my early 20s, I used to be scared of the society. Whatever is happening outside scared me. So I didn't want to get out of my college because after the graduation of my college, I have to be in a workplace that is so scary to me at the time. Now, look at the world. I feel this world is very safe, and whenever I'm in trouble, somebody is going to definitely come and help me. So that's true wherever I go around the world. Wherever I go, there's usually somebody who support me with the directions and all the other things. So I feel so supported. But years ago, I didn't believe that as true. So probably in you too, around money, if you're afraid of society, you're afraid of money, you're afraid of so many other things. So today, I want to invite you to look at all these issues. And the reason why I could change my belief system about society is that I bump into the best people. And then gradually, after meeting great people, I began to think that maybe this place is not as dangerous as I thought. Or maybe there are many more generous people out there who are willing to do so many good things in life. So what's important when you think of changing your belief system is come up with the one that you have now, and why is it that you began to form this belief system around money or around life or around work, whatever that is, and then see what happened to you to form that kind of belief. For example, if you think money is scary, you must have had a situation that to feel that money is scary. When society is scary, there must be something that you thought that society is scary. So out of all these beliefs, we have to check again, is this really true? Because we tend to believe a certain thing is so true. For example, one time, my uncle who was not so good, who was wearing a turtleneck sweater. And at the time, turtleneck sweater was very rare. So I somehow associated turtleneck people with bad people. So whenever I saw people with a turtleneck, I thought that must be a bad person. It's such a strange, weird association. But still, I sometimes laugh about myself whenever I look at the turtleneck people somewhere. My childhood memory comes back, and then oh, that must be a bad person. So when you think of certain things, you must have some kind of association in your past that certain thing is bad. And a lot of people associate rich people with bad people. So those belief system could be an obsolete system in you. So you have to update your belief system today. So when you think of belief system, what kinds of belief system you have around money? My parents used to say, if you don't have money, you don't have head. So when I was small, I had this picture of myself. When I grow up, if I don't have money, my head will be chopped off. And I'm sure you have the similar expressions like money doesn't grow on trees, you're a Rockefeller. It's probably like a different saying for a different culture. But all of them are saying that whatever you do is not enough, or money is not easy to come by. So those things, if you keep hearing them, you think it's true. But is it really true? Because these things were often said in your family. And you ask your parents, is that really true? Why do you think so? So they'll probably say, oh, it's because my parents used to say. So it's probably originated to your grandparents. And if you could have an opportunity to ask your grandparents, they might say, oh, my parents used to say that. So this belief system come down from generations, and it's because of war, because of depressions, and I think it was true because of the social changes at the time. But the past doesn't equal the future. So even though it may be true, or it may have been true for all these years, you can totally change the belief system and update the new one, which I did. So all my family, money was a scary thing. You have to have it for security. But after all the release of the pain and healing the past, now I feel like money can come from anywhere. When I need money, people will just give it to me, and money is easy. Money comes in easily. Money goes out easily. So I have no attachment with money coming in and money going out, because that way I can totally have freedom. If you want to attach to either side of money coming in or going out, you feel stuck. So if you heal the past and start having, or updating is a word I'd rather use, updating your belief system, you can have a totally different life. So talking about belief system, let me just share with you how I turned my old belief system and update it to a new one. When I was in my 20s, a big earthquake happened in my hometown. And at the time, it was just a devastating earthquake that killed thousands of people. And when I visited my parents were safe, but I lost my few friends, and my friends lost their parents. So it was just a devastating thing. So it was a devastating time. And as devastating as it looks, I was so amazed because there are so many people, international people, helping local people. For example, I remember there's a Chinese truck and Korean trucks, fire trucks, and also they were handing out American mineral water and mineral water that's written in, I think it's Arabic language. So all these supplies from the world were there. So I was so impressed. And by the way, my mother got this Canadian maple syrup from one of those supplies. So until she passed away, Canadian maple syrup was her favorite. So because she thought that was a symbol of friendship from the world. And probably often you hear the news about people raising millions of dollars for child's heart transplant or some kind of operations. And oftentimes we hear news that people are kind and generous. And especially in North America, when some accidents and earthquakes and hurricanes, whenever something like bad happens, people gather and they start flooding money to the people who are in need. I think it's so beautiful. And I think this type of generosity is everywhere in the world. And when you begin to shift and look at the world in a totally different light, this place is so beautiful. And there are so many generous, loving people helping one another. So as much as we hear bad news on TV, there are so many, probably 10 times better and more heartwarming things happening in the world. We just don't hear them. So if you just start looking the world in a different way, I think this universe, this whole place is so beautiful. I'm not just talking about looking at things in a positive way, but there's love, friendship, generosity everywhere you see. So I think it comes down to your choice. Do you want to focus on hardships in the world, or do you want to focus to see the world as a loving place? And that way, I think I have updated my belief system around the world and around the money. And as I updated my belief system that the world is a better place, I somehow attracted better people, and my clients got better. So as a result, I got paid more and then achieved my financial independence because of that. So believing in a loving, benevolent universe really helps, and it doesn't cost you anything. So just why don't you try looking at the world in a different way? So I want to invite you to take a look at one belief system that needs to be improved and which belief system that you want to improve. And it's going to be a lot of fun. Dr. Scott Mills is going to help you train your brain in a way that changes belief system. Today, we did a lot of work on looking at your belief system, and hopefully we're updating them. Tomorrow, more is coming, so tomorrow is a day of receiving. We're going to grow our container to receive more. It's going to be a lot of fun. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Konnichiwa. Welcome back. Today, I want to start by asking you a question. What have you not received yet? This is my favorite question out of all the money quest because we are so good at giving, but at the same time, we are so bad at receiving. And I think it's not about you. It's everywhere in the world. Somehow, we are more generous in terms of giving, but we feel so awkward when it's our time to receive. So today, we're going to focus on receiving well. So when you hear about receiving, what comes into your mind? You may think it this way: what have you forgot to receive? So because we forget to receive certain things in life. When I talk about this with my friends, the other day, my friend said, God, I forgot to receive $1 million. I forgot to receive health. I forgot to receive partnership. I forgot to receive a raise. Whatever that is, you forgot to focus on that. There are certain things that we took it for granted. That's why we forget to focus on certain area. If you're focused on work, you probably forget about relationships or health or your personal time. So today, I want you to think about the thing you're missing out most. And it could be a pay raise, it could be a job opportunities, it could be partnership, health, and money. Whatever that is, don't forget to receive. So here comes a question. Why is it so hard to receive? But we all know we are so good at giving, but when it comes to receiving, we feel shy, or we feel not as much as unworthy, but we feel a funny resistant to it. When our friends are sick, we probably go out there like, can I cook soup for you? Or can I bring fruits to you? We're so nice. But when we get sick, we don't tell anybody. We just sleep and do nothing. So we have a hard time asking for help. The reason is that we feel we don't want to be a burden or bother to other people. So when we need money, when we need friendship, when we need something, we don't want to ask because we don't want to be a nuisance. We don't want to be a burden to our friends and the loved ones. But think about it. If you knew that your friends were sick for a week, you could have done something. But if your friend kept secret and didn't tell you, what would you feel? You would probably feel upset and say, why didn't you tell me? So that is exactly the feeling that your friends would feel. So if you just turn around and be in a situation, if you're in need, if you want to receive, you have to ask. Unless you ask, people don't even know that you need it. So you have to ask for money, you have to ask for referrals, you have to ask for partnership. So you have to take a look at this unworthiness and also shyness around receiving. And unless you start working on this, you never be able to ask for more, and then you just be the last one to receive. So as much as we want something, we feel like, I'm kind of waiting in this cancellation line, but how long should I wait? So that if you wait too long, it becomes a resentment even, like, why do I have to wait this long? So before getting upset, you have to start asking for help, asking for more money. And that way, you may be able to get it, you may not, but you're going to really face, am I a bother? Am I a burden? And then the whole process will start. So asking for help, I remember my friend back in college. I love giving gifts, so I gave something big for his birthday present. And he said, Ken, I think we should stop exchanging gifts. I asked him why. He said, because it's going to cost money. It's going to cost you money for birthday gift. It's going to cost me money, your birthday gift. So if we forget about birthday gifts, we are financially well off, is what he said. Like, really? But wouldn't it be more fun if you come up with the right gift for him and you come up with the right gift for me? But think about it. Life without any gifts or life with many gifts. You can have a choice. If you have a hard time receiving and if you have a hard time asking for help, your life will be life without any gifts. So if you start exchanging energy, you have to start giving one, and also you have to start receiving one, because your life is in the cycle of energy of receiving, energy of giving. So unless you receive, you cannot give. So when you take a look at your life, when you were born, did you start giving right away? No. For the first 5 or 6 years, you concentrated on receiving. And after you receive enough, you can start giving. So my advice is stop giving, start receiving. If you receive well enough, you can generously give. If you have a hard time giving, that's because you haven't received enough. So please receive well and be overwhelmed with love and friendship. And if your container gets filled up, you will finally genuinely start to give. I remember reading a story in one of my friend's book, and it said there's a guy who went to heaven. And on the way to heaven, there was a scrapyard. And the guide said, oh, these are the gifts returned from the earth. Really? They look very new. They look a brand new bicycle. They look like a brand new TV, house, nice cars. What are these? And the guide said, oh, these are the gifts once they were asked, but when we sent it, they didn't receive them, so it got sent back. Really? But when you come to think of it, we want so more things, but at the same time, we have a hard time receiving them. So those scrapyard must be full of gifts that we didn't receive, even though we asked. So if we ask something, we have to receive them. That is the cycle of receiving and giving. And I'm sure you come up with the friends' names who receive, and don't give. They are stuck. Unless they receive, they cannot give. But also, unless they give, they cannot receive well. Because think of a friends. If you just give friends a gift 3 times and didn't get anything back, you probably stop giving. So those people who are good at receiving but don't give, they stagnate at one point or another. So if you feel like your life is stagnated, that's because you received well, but you didn't give. So the easiest way to start moving your life is start giving something out of your life. Could be your energy, could be nice words, could be a gift away of whatever you don't need. So unless you let something go of your system, nothing comes in. So most of us want gifts in a nice, perfectly wrapped paper. But I always say that certain gifts don't come in a beautiful box. The gifts often come in ugly wrapping paper. I call them unlucky things. For example, when you lose jobs, when you go into a car accident, your house gets burned down, you get laid off, those things happen a lot. But I regard them as a gift being wrapped in ugly wrapping paper. And unless you open it up, you don't know what's inside. But we're so upset about the gift arriving on your doorstep, you probably say like, oh, I don't want them, and I don't want to get laid off. Or I don't want to burn the house. I don't want to lose money. But when you take a look, so by opening the box, I mean, looking at them closely inside, what's inside in this accident or whatever happened. And it seems like a bad thing happened to your life. But when you take a close look, it's a great opportunity starting to receive, because you have to be dependent on somebody. That's a great lesson that you finally depend on somebody or something. And also, that's the time when you start feeling generosity and friendship and love from a lot of people. And some friends may give you money, they offer you a place to stay, they give you clothes, whatever that is, you feel their warmth and gentleness and friendship in your heart. So when you receive an ugly gift next time, just don't get upset, just open up a box and see what's inside. So oftentimes I'm asked, I'm so ready to receive and I do whatever I can, but I don't get a raise, I don't get the right gift. What's wrong with me? And I think of a few possibilities. One, you're in the wrong place, or you're hiding so well like ninja, so nobody can notice you're doing a great job. So if you are not noticeable, people cannot recognize your work. That way you cannot get promoted. So in that case, you have to be visible, you have to become visible, or you have to just move somewhere else. I think the tragedy of the world is that you are in the wrong place. If you are in the wrong place, you don't go anywhere. So you have to find the right place for you. That's one thing. And for the other thing, you were doing the right thing, but the gift hasn't arrived yet. Maybe it's coming on the other route, and then it's coming in the process, but it might take some time. Or you might go somewhere so you can receive the gifts faster. So either way, you have to know where you are, and you have to know where you are is the right place for you. So when you think of receiving, you may think that you can receive certain things at certain time. But when you take a look at life in a different way, we are constantly receiving. We are receiving something, and we are giving something. So take a look at your environment. Every day, you're receiving some kind of energy from the people around you, and then you're giving out some kind of energy around you. So if you're getting a lot of hope, friendship, and fun around from the people around you, and also what kind of energy are you giving out to your friends or to society? So your life consists of energy receiving and energy giving. So just check out what kind of energy you're receiving. And if you can see that you receive life or embrace life as it is, your life will totally shift. And also you realize there is a shift and choice that you can have, what kind of energy you want to receive and what kind of energy you want to give out. In other words, if you want to receive respect and care and love, you have to be the right place to do so, because unfortunately, our world is not ready for that yet. There are only certain places that you can do that, and you can start your places now. That means you can start creating your own community. By doing that, you can start giving away. And if you start giving away a beautiful friendship and care and generosity, you are likely to receive the same thing. So by creating this cycle of generosity and love and friendship and care, you will be receiving and giving the energy you like. But from now, you have to start thinking what kind of energy and the flow you're in, and then start shifting. So next is the fun part. Dr. Scott Mills is going to guide you through to the brain training to accelerate the process of receiving well. And next week, we're going to go deeper, because once we are able to receive, we cannot keep them well. So we're going to focus on the container and how to keep wealth, and happiness well. See you tomorrow. Konnichiwa, welcome back. Today, I want to start by asking you a question. Who gave you love and trust in your life? Whoever you become, you must have received some kind of love and trust from somebody in your life. Could be your grandparents, could be your parents, could be your teachers, could be your siblings. I don't know whoever that is, but you are who you are because somebody loved you so much and trusted you so much. I can come up with a few names in my life, including my parents, who gave me love and trust. That's why I became who I am, and I'm very happy about that. So today, out of all the things we did, I want to integrate all the healing process and start coming up with names that you want to appreciate in your life. Out of all the names, I think of my grandfather, who didn't talk much, but I remember his eyes, the way he looks at me with care and love. He passed away many years ago, but his energy is holding me. And I have never met my grandparents. So out of all the people I have, my grandfather Sadao is the best. Whenever we met, he didn't talk much. He was not a talker type. So he just sat in front of me and just smiled and looked at me. And that look, I knew he loved me so much. When I remember the look in his eyes, I can still feel the love and warmth and generosity. And whenever I'm worried about something, I try to remember his look and breathe in. And I don't have to worry about it because he knows I'm all right. So I'm sure you have somebody like that in your life who trusted you, who loved you, and believed you. Today, I want you to remember those people who had so much love in you and start appreciating them. The reason why I want you to focus on appreciation is appreciation often opens the doors to great opportunities, great love, more abundance, more money, and more wealth. So by appreciating what you have, what you have had, you will start this cycle by appreciating whatever you have receiving. You feel like so blessed. You may be more wealthy than you think. You may be more loved than you think. You may have received so much friendship, love, and trust than you think. And if you knew, wow, I had so much I didn't know, I forgot, then you have this capacity to receive well and start giving well too. So appreciating whatever you have from the past is very important because that way you can feel that you can give so much more. And if you start giving so much more, you're likely to get so much more back. So that way you receive more. And remember last time I said, I forgot to receive. And today I want you to think, wow, I forgot how much I received so far. And all your life, you have received so much, but you forgot to count your blessings in so many ways. So today is a day to start counting how much you have received. And I know you forgot to count all of that. So, fun exercise. Let's do it together. Please find a pen and piece of paper with you. Now it's a fun part. We're going to do a 5 steps appreciation exercise. The first step is I want you to write down 5 names who were very nice to you, who trusted you and believed in you and loved you. And with each person, just remember what happened and just feel so good about receiving love, nice words, and all the time you spent with them. And step number 2, I want you to pick 1 out of 5. I know it's hard, but pick 1 and start writing a letter of appreciation to them. And he or she could be dead, but it doesn't really matter. And step 3, I want you to pick 1 specific thing that they gave you with this person and just please write a letter to them in appreciation. Step 4, please read them out loud and please feel good about it. And if possible, send a letter to the person. So step number 5, if you feel like it, please take a picture of the letter and then post it to the online tribe. Okay, now we're finishing the second week. How was it? I know it was hard. Some of you went through a lot of pain and did a lot of healing. And I want to congratulate you on finishing the second week. Bravo. Thank you so much. I'm so excited for the changes you're going to make from next week. Next week, we're going to expand your money container. It's going to be a lot of fun. This week, we've done a lot of healing work. Next week is a celebration and expansion of your money container. So we'll receive a lot of money and have so much fun. See you next week. Bye-bye. Minasan, konnichiwa. Welcome back and welcome to week 3. Congratulations on finishing the week 2. I want to start by asking you a question. How big is your money container? Does it have a hole or a crack? What kind of shape is that? I talk a lot about this money container, both in Japan and US and other countries. What's interesting is that I get asked a different question. In North America, I often get asked, Ken, how can I grow my container bigger? How can I make it bigger? But in Japan instead, I often get asked, how can I be satisfied with my present container? So it's just a different attitude. Today, I want you to take a look at your perfect size for the money container, and you can grow them or you can make it smaller for your happiness. Before we start, just imagine your container. Do you feel comfortable with the present container? Or do you want to make it bigger? Or do you want to make it smaller? Right now, I want you to measure how big your container and then feel when you take a look at the size of the container. In order to feel if this is the right size for you, I will ask you a few questions. If you want to increase your income by 30% or 50%, how would you feel? So if you're making $3,000, it'll be an increase of $3,600 or like say $4,000 or $5,000. If you increase your income, how would you feel? Of course, you feel probably lucky, but at the same time, your expenses go up too. Then you feel like little crunches or like, ooh, do I have to pay that much every month? You're probably, the perfect size container is about 20% or so. And if you just think of your present container, it's a little bit big, you may be a little overwhelmed by how much money you make and also money you spend. So just imagine your container is 80%. So if you're making $3,000 instead, $2,400. If you're making $5,000, make it $4,000. Do you feel crunched? Or do you feel like, maybe that's more my size? So I want you to feel the right size right now for you is a happy size. And you can make it bigger or you can make it smaller. So let me explain about the money container. When I was doing accounting work in my 20s, I realized that there are certain difference between people. Even they are the same age, they have the same education, but still, one person is making 3 times as much, and then they look pretty identical. And I wonder why there's such a big gap between these 2 people. And then I came up with this idea. Maybe their size of money container is different. One person has a big container, the other one may be smaller because of their belief system around money. And also, suddenly, if a big amount of money comes into your life, either a way of inheritance or lottery, they're going to crack your money container. I'm sure you heard of a story. Somebody wins lottery big, and then a few years they lost everything, and they end up being on the street. So those stories happen because of the money container crack. And I'm sure you must have some experiences one way or another. You receive some chunk of money, and then you feel very different at the time. What I mean money container is the capacity to receive abundance, money, and prosperity. So in order to make this money container comfortable and make it bigger if you wish, you have to know the reasons to have a bigger container. If you want to just make it bigger, it doesn't happen. But if you have a reason or reasons to have a bigger container, somehow it's going to grow naturally. One of my friends came up with an idea that she can spend the money, extra money, for her charity, and she can set up an NPO organization so she can help all the kids on the street. By setting the new vision for her, money container got bigger. So she could accept more money in terms of donations, and she got more money with her coaching business. And that way, she could create a money flow to her nonprofit organization. So if you have a vision or dream that having a bigger money container helps, it's going to grow in a few years. So when you take a look at the money container of wealthy people, there are many divisions. And then if you see the money flows in, there are many channels to these dividers. For example, wealthy people receive money in the form of dividends and also as a salary from the company that they work on or own. And also there are money that comes from other investments, real estate. So those income will be channeled into the different parts of the money container. That's why they have a bigger container. And as a whole, their container is solid, secure, and big. Whereas regular people's money container is just one whole container, no divisions, just a salary that it comes from a company that you work for. So if you lose a job, your container gets dried. So that's the difference. So in order to create a bigger container, you have to have multiple stream of income, many different channels that are funneled into your money container. And wealthy people have different channels of money coming into the container. That's why their container is solid. Or some of you may be upset because, oh my God, I can't do that. I cannot think of any part-time job because I'm busy. So that's the idea that you have to let go. So I'm not saying that you have to take the second job or the third job or start investing. What I'm saying is the money container looks different than yours. And so if you want to have a bigger container or a solid container, you have to look for the right one for you. It may take some years to start building your new solid money container. So for example, if you're a school teacher, you may be thinking, I don't want to have a second career or a part-time job where you start investing. I don't want to do that. That means your money container is just the right size for you. But if you feel like getting excited about hearing this, oh, multiple stream of income, so that way I don't have to be just a teacher. I want to do something else. So for those of you who think, wow, maybe different money container is great, so that's for you. You may not have any ideas how to do that, but you don't have to worry about it because it's going to come in a very unique, mysterious way. So right now, if you feel like you don't want to do anything, that is the perfect size for you. And some people ask me, Ken, I don't know if I have a hole or crack. Can you tell me? Yes, there's a very easy way. If you feel like, Why am I not having enough money? I feel so frustrated with money. That is usually that you have a hole in your money container because the money drains without your knowledge. So if you know how much you spend every day, how much you spend every month, you know there's no crack. But there are a lot of people who'd say, well, I don't know what I'm spending on, but the fact I know is that I don't have enough to pay everything at the end of the month. That means you have a crack or hole. Could be a leak in your money container. If you don't have a money container, you feel like everything is very smooth, solid, and the money comes in, goes out very smoothly. But if you feel like money is like leaking out somewhere, you know the feeling. You feel like funny feeling that something isn't right. That's when you find there's a crack or a leak in money container. You may be thinking, how can I grow my money container? Just breathe and relax. Are you really sure you want to make your money container bigger and bigger? To make your money container bigger, you have to feel the pressure of making more money. Actually, there's the statistics saying if you're making more than $90,000 or more, your happiness level doesn't go up. So that means you have more stress if you make more money that way, in general. Of course, you can be different, but in general, if you make more money, you have more stress. So just think about it. If you are not totally depressed about how much money you make, maybe you can find more satisfaction with where you are. Otherwise, you feel this drive, I have to do more, I have to make more, otherwise I cannot be happy. That's a mentality that a lot of people fall on, and it's not quite healthy. Last week, we talked about 3 money types, and just let's go over one by one in terms of money container. So the controlling type, they want to make their money container bigger. But the fact that they have to work harder, they have this drive to make it bigger, they feel this pressure every day, every minute of their life. So instead of feeling that they have to grow their own money container, you may stop and pause and relax for a second. Is it really true that I need to grow my money container? And if you feel like saving more money is not the answer, maybe you can start spending money. That way, your happiness level go up. And if you feel like you don't have to spend so much money to feel happy, spender type may spend less, and then they end up being in control more. And also, money compulsive maker, and also they would probably feel that after finding the right money container, they don't have to work as much. So they can find more time for themselves or the family or the most important one. So by feeding the right container size, I think different money type people will have a different reactions. But still, the one thing in common is they'll find their happiness in whatever they do. So they'll probably spend less, save more, or just do less, or whatever that is. And so growing money container is not the answer. You have a much less stressed life. And for those of you who are indifferent type, you don't really care about the money container size. So don't worry about it. Be who you are. I think you're the happiest people. I kind of envy them. For those of you who are afraid of money, you really have to take a close look at your money size. I'm sure your money container size is very small. Definitely, for those people, you can make your money container bigger. With this money, you can do so many things that you couldn't do before. If you're a hippie type and try to run away from money, you can do so many more things. You can, if you're traveling only just a few blocks around because you didn't have money, you can go see the world. Just think about it. If you have more money, if you receive more money, what would you do? You could do research more. You could help other people more. You could probably do more things with money. So if you're indifferent, you probably didn't pay much attention to what's possible. So this week is expanding your capacity to receive. So indifferent people that I want to ask more to pay attention to money. and just start thinking of the possibility that if you receive more, what could happen? So I'm going to talk about how to increase the capacity to receive more. So number one, just see where the energy goes. If you have more money, where do you want that money energy to go? If you don't know where you want your money energy to go, money energy gets lost. So just be clear. If you make more money, if you receive more money, where do you want your money energy to go? 2, practice appreciation, maro up. As much as you receive and then appreciate, you just let go with appreciation. If you like this cycle, somehow you will receive more. And then you enjoy so much, so you enjoy giving more. So this cycle of appreciation becomes bigger, bigger, bigger. So just enjoy, practice maro up or appreciation. 3 is heal your money wounds. You might think, oh, I did it last week. I'm still doing it pretty much every day. Sometimes I feel guilty about money. Sometimes I feel overjoy. And sometimes I feel like funny hesitance to accept money. So every day I'm working on my money wounds. It doesn't sound like a big one, but sometimes I think of my father and just smile. And sometimes I cry because certain traumas hit me. So it's an everyday practice. So 4, pretty much we're going to do a lot around this 4, is increase your capacity to receive more, not only just the money, but also all the other great things in life. We're going to enjoy a lot. We're going to do some fun assessment that's going to show you which of these areas that you haven't received yet and you can expand. So your happy work is to go do your assessment and see in which area you haven't received abundance or prosperity or money, and then enjoy checking what haven't you received. And it's not just check where you haven't received, but also stretch your container and how far you can go with receiving. Tomorrow is also a fun day. We're going to talk about how being selfish is going to serve your life. Konnichiwa. Hello. Welcome back. Today, I want to start by asking you a question. If you were super selfish, what would you do? I have asked this question to so many people, and they feel like, what? I don't want to be selfish. And some people say like, they're in shock. And they say, if I were super selfish, I think I'll quit a job tonight, and then I'm not going to work for that company. And probably a lot of people will be upset, but I think that's what I would do. Meaning, he or she doesn't really like the job, but she stays there, he stays there because you feel like you shouldn't do that. Or one woman thought for a moment, and she said, if I were super selfish, I think I'll divorce my husband. And that was a big shock to everybody at the moment. And then she said, oh, I never thought that about this divorce. But that means that deep inside, she felt like she wanted to have a divorce if she followed her heart. But we are so afraid that if we do what we love, if we become selfish and start following our own needs, we may ignore other people, we might hurt other people, or we feel guilty that by doing what we love could hurt people. But is that really true? I think the only responsibility that we have is responsibility for our happiness. If we're not happy, we cannot help other people, we cannot support other people. So my ideal situation is fill your container first. And then if your container is so full, it overflows in a matter of joy and love and then you can get to help other people. So you have to make yourself happy first. That's why I ask this question. If you were super selfish, what would you do? Because we are in sacrifice with our partner, with our kids, with our parents, or with a society or a company we work for. That's why we have a hard time dealing with our own needs. I like this exercise because it brings up what's so important for you. That woman came up with a word divorce. She may not have to divorce her husband, but deep inside, she just expressed her needs to be recognized or to be nurtured or to be loved. But those needs are not being met. That's why we feel like we have to do something. So this is a great start. In order to grow this money container capacity or just a life container in general, we have to really stretch out. And also, we have to start recognizing what are the secret needs that we have, and then we have to fill them. And so this is a great exercise to bring out your secret needs. So if you hear this question, if you're super selfish, what would you do? What comes into your mind? Some people say you should take care of other people's needs first, and then you can take care of your needs. It's actually happening a lot in Asian culture, but do you think you can be happy that way? I don't think so, because unless you're truly happy, you cannot truly give. So if you keep giving what you don't have to other people, you cannot really feel the true happiness. So you have to really give yourself first and nurture yourself first, and at the same time, you can give whatever you have and share with the world. Otherwise, you just take the orders in the wrong way. You feel dissatisfied and you feel frustrated all the time if you keep other people first. So talking about secret needs, I know people are so afraid to even think about it, talk about it, especially because we're not supposed to have the needs and express them. But is that so? I think the best relationship is express your needs and just feel with each other. I know it's very hard culturally because if you express your needs, you are afraid that people may not like you. But if you stay ignorant about your needs and keep going, it's almost like you're bleeding and then you don't know that if you're bleeding or not. And then you say like, what is this pain? And then you keep going and one day you faint because you lost enough blood. So you have to recognize your secret needs and start feeling them in a healthy way. So some people say that you're supposed to feel other people's needs, supposed to help other people first, and then feel your own needs. But unless you're a saint like Mother Teresa, it's hard to support other people. I think it's very likely what's going to happen is try to please other people, and at the same time, we feel like we're doing so much for this person, so that person is supposed to give me back. But it's a dark side of giving. If you're just giving in order to get, that's not a true giving. If you give out of this place of scarcity, you would just be resenting other people because they're not giving the right one for you. So if you want to give, you have to give out of love. Otherwise, both of you end up being miserable. For those of you who still have a hard time thinking you become selfish, you probably think in some of your friends' faces, and they're just takers. They're take, but they don't do anything. But I'm not saying like you should become takers. I'm just saying you're supposed to fill out your own needs first. And then if you are happy, you don't take, because those takers have a big black hole in their heart. That's why they obsessed with taking. My mentor Wahe said, you're giving when you're receiving. When you're receiving, you're giving. Think about it. When you give a present to your friend, you will find her smile and then you feel joy. So you're giving, but at the same time you're receiving. So the true giving happens at the same time of receiving, and the true receiving happens at the same time of giving. So in essence, giving and receiving happen at the same time. If it's a romantic relationship, how it looks is that both of the sides enjoy giving, and also they feel the needs with each other. This person feels lonely, she or he would express, I feel lonely. Oh, really? Or I feel sad. And then the other person would feel. And also, they ask each other. They may not be able to feel them at the same time, but they take turns, and also they listen to one another. That's how a good romantic relationships look like. And then if it's a business relationships, it's also, once again, win-win relationships. They give 100% of what they have, and this other counterpart also they give 100%. And then as the same as romantic relationships, 100 by 100 is 10,000. So it's just above the contract. You go over extra miles. If you do that with each other, you have a very deep, trusting relationship that's going to last for many years. So romantic relationship and also business relationship is the same. And that way we can grow our money container and also life container bigger at the same time together. Now the fun part. Dr. Scott Mills is going to take you through the training. See you. Arigato. Sayonara. Konnichiwa, minasan. Welcome back. Today, I want to start by asking you a question. Can you celebrate your big wins before they happen? Actually, I wrote a few books on this. I think it's very interesting that how timeline is happening in your head. Probably people think the past, present, and future. But in a way, future is happening in your head, and also the past is happening in your head too. So this idea of pre-celebrating your future, even though they happen, is a great idea, because that way you kind of know what's coming ahead of you. And at the same time, you feel like it becomes so real, so that could motivate you more to attract the future you want. I call it pre-thanking. You may wonder, well, what is it like you celebrate before it happens? When we set an intention, we have this tradition that we celebrate what's going to happen or what we want it to happen before we start it. So that way, we have this great image in our head. For example, when I published my book, I celebrated with my staff members. We just celebrated our 1 million copy sales before it gets published. So we got to feel the excitement and from all the readers, and we get tons of fan letters and emails and all the speaking engagements. And we're so super excited before it happened. And when the book comes out, all the excitement we had are contagious. So all the bookstore people felt it, all the readers and also the fans, and everybody felt how excited we were. So it's kind of interesting. In retrospect, I wonder, is it because we thought and we saw what's going to happen in the future? That's the reason it happened, or it was meant to happen. I don't know if it's because we celebrated beforehand, that's what's happened, or it is destined to happen. Either way, it's always fun to celebrate something before it happens. Just so as a game, I want you to start thinking what you want to celebrate before it happens. So let's do this pre-celebration exercise together. So I want you to come up with something that you want to celebrate about. It could be your first book, it could be your marriage, it could be your moving, or setting up your company, or achieving your $1 million mark, whatever that is. You just come up with something that's exciting enough that you want to feel like celebrating. Okay. And then you can close your eyes or you can keep your eyes open. But think about that theme. For me, $1 million copies. For you, $1 million or $100,000. Or just moving into an apartment with your partner. Whatever you want. Just think about the situation and then feel the excitement. What does excite you the most? For me, the excitement that every reader I meet, it's like, wow, Ken, thank you so much for writing this book. It's changing my life. Or for you, maybe a romantic dinner with your partner. And for you, new office, all the computers are there, new members. Or for you, maybe new life in a new country. Whatever that is, feel the excitement as if it's happening right now. And it's happening right in front of you. Is that excitement about the book or the money or the romantic partner or your kids or whatever the situation? You look around and see the excitement and also the happy faces around you. So you can breathe in all the air which is happening in the future. But in your head, sort of, it's happening right now. You cannot really tell if it's happening right now or if it's happening in the future. This is the essence of celebration in advance. So breathe in the air of excitement and what's happening in the room, maybe a romantic candle or a smell of new car, a smell of new office, or just a sense of excitement in the air. And then bring back the excitement with you to your present time. And probably you can feel the residue energy from the excitement you had. And every day or every morning or whenever you feel like it, just do this exercise. I do that for 10 seconds. Sometimes I do that for 10 minutes. And then feel the excitement and also probably like an inner joy that this future brings. And if you feel the excitement as much as possible, you can bring the future much faster to the present. And then you feel this deja vu. Wow, this looks very familiar because you saw it 5 years before or 2 weeks before or how long that is. And that is the essence of pre-celebration of your future. So I taught this technique to many people. And what's interesting is some people achieve their dream in a matter of weeks. And for other people, nothing happened. The reason is the first small action they took. If you're taking one action, that means you believe it's going to happen. If you don't do anything, you don't believe that future. So just come up with one small action. If you want to become a writer, you have to start writing the first line or the title of the book, new chapters. If you want to find a romantic mate, you have to start asking your friends, I'm available. Can you introduce somebody to me? Or do you know anybody who happens to be this and that? Or just if you want to go set up your new company, just talk with your friends about the possibility. If you take a small step, even if it's a tiny, tiny baby step, that means and also sends a signal to your subconscious that it's going to happen. And so the pre-celebration has to come with a small baby step. And if you start doing that, your excitement in you will just keep going. An interesting thing is, if it's not as exciting as it could, I think it may not be the right path for you. So you only know if this path is right, if you keep excited enough and then keep going. So one day you realize you bump into the future you saw. If you really enjoyed your pre-celebration, share with your tribe and share your pictures and videos or whatever that is. Celebrate and share the joy. That way, you're making sure that your future is coming in its way. Thank you and see you tomorrow. Minasan, konnichiwa. Welcome back. I want to start by asking you a question. Are you willing to live in joy and receive lots of money? I've been teaching people how to find joy and abundance at the same time. You've been studying money EQ, and I think you're more comfortable with money, less stress, and feel like you're in a good flow of money. Now what's next? Today, we want to focus on sharing your gifts, Because after learning about money EQ, if you don't do anything, nothing is going to happen. If you're in a job that people don't appreciate you, people don't give you a recognition or raise, I think it's not the right place for you. So what's next? What's next is find your gifts and come up with gifts that people can enjoy and you enjoy, and you start doing what you love to do. If you do what you love, people will appreciate you. And then it may take some time. It could be a few months. It could be a few years. But in just a matter of time, money will follow you. So today, we want to focus on how to find your gifts and how to make passion into money. So people ask me, why doing what you love is important to raise your money EQ? It's super important because in order to be in the flow of happy money, you have to do what you love, because what you love attracts money. And also, what you enjoy will also bring another opportunity. So what you love and happy money kind of goes hand in hand together. So if you receive money, you spend your money in a way that excites you more. So that way, you get excited that money can bring so much happiness and also so much joy. So by doing what you love, you start this cycle of appreciation, excitement in a fun way. I said I've written 50-some books, and one of them, the title is How Ordinary People Became a Millionaire. I've done a research on 1,000 people, and then I talked with many of them, and I found out that one thing in common, they found the right job, so they made a lot of money. But it's not. They ended up following their heart. So they became super good at what they did. It really didn't matter what kind of occupation they had. It could be a doctor, you could run a cleaning business, whatever that is, they loved doing it. So in order to be a millionaire, you have to do what you love. That is a secret way and the fastest way to attract happy money. Because what you do excites other people, and then they are happy to give you money. If you're super good at what you do, people will talk about it, and then they bring more clients, more customers. For example, if you're a restaurant owner, and if you're super good at cooking nice meals and have the best service in town, they're going to talk about it. So they'll keep coming back. They'll keep coming back with their friends and family members, and then things grow. The reason why my books kept selling and my readership is growing, the reason is that after people read my book, they pass it on to their friends and they buy them for their birthday gifts. So that way, it's spreading out. So if you do what you love and if you're super good at what you do, that excitement goes beyond imagination. I once wrote a bestseller. The title is Do What You Love and Make Sure Money Follows You. Because, it doesn't happen that way. A lot of people think as long as I follow my heart, money will follow. But sometimes money follows you, sometimes it doesn't. So you have to make sure is money following you or not. Because oftentimes people who do what they love, they become self-centered or that they become too arrogant. So they start to think that they should enjoy my dish, they should enjoy my speech, they should appreciate my music or writings. But sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. So you have to make sure whatever you do, whatever you love to do, make sure that other people also fall in love with you. If other people and many people don't fall in love with you, you're not going to get any cash. So make sure, do what you love, and at the same time, make sure that other people fall in love with what you do. And if you have enough people, thousands of people, and tens of thousands of people like what you do, people start paying you. So that way, you can start getting a lot of money. So when I said thousands, people might say, oh, I don't know if I can attract thousands of people. I have a friend who has this salon. He charges people every month. He charges about $80 a month. and then he has about 70 fans, and then he makes a good living off of doing that. So if you have like 50 people, 70 people, or 100 people to support you, you can start making money. So don't think about tens of thousands of people. Start 50 people, 100 people, and if possible, if you have 200 people around you, you make enough money. And then now I know what you're thinking. Oh, Ken is telling me follow your heart, but I don't have a heart, or I don't know what my heart is telling. So you have to come up with something that you love, but we're so lost. We don't know what we're good at, what we love. So just, I'll give you some signs. People, your friends may ask you something. Oh, can you cook for me? Can you make a homepage for me? Or can you make some time? So I want to talk about my boyfriend or girlfriend. Whatever that is, people ask you something. That's your gifts, because people see you not as a professional expert, but people see you that you're good at doing that. Because people don't ask you to cook meals for your friends if you're a bad cook. People don't ask you to sing if you're a bad singer. And people don't ask you for time to listen to you if you're not a good listener. So there must be something that your friends are asking you. And if you come up with something that, oh, that's right, I'm often asked to teach them how to do the makeup, or how to do exercises, or how to coach, whatever that is, that's your gifts. And the funny secret is that gifts are usually come very naturally. So you can do it so naturally without any work. So you feel like you're not doing anything. And so if people are offering to pay money for you, like, oh, no, I can't charge you for that. That is exactly your gift. So you should start charging people, or you don't have to charge people. You can start by donation basis if you feel uncomfortable about receiving money. But that is a gift that you should go for, because it's going to start paying you money. And then eventually, I think you're going to become professional. After doing so many counseling on money and career change, I realized that the biggest tragedy we have on this planet is that we are misplaced. We are not in the right place. You know it because you don't feel happy. You feel like, I'm not going anywhere. I'm stuck. That's because you're in the wrong place. So those of you who are watching this, if you feel like you're not growing, you're not happy, it's because you are in the wrong place. And the only responsibility, as I keep telling you, is to find your own place, find your own tribe, and find your own occupation that you can shine. To do that, you have to find your gifts. You have to find what you're super good at, and that job or that activity will not be a job anymore, because it's so much fun and you can do it without any efforts. So if you find a job or project that you can do without any efforts, that is your gifts. And that's going to bring you so much money and abundance. I often get asked about, what if we're not doing things right and we get so tired of doing what we don't love, but we are stuck? I understand, because most of us are that way, unfortunately. But you have to start from somewhere. So I invite you to start doing what you love, even 5 minutes a day, before you go to sleep or right after you get up. Just find little time to do what you love. If you're watching these things, you might become a teacher later on. And if you love reading, you might become a writer. That's who I became. So for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, do something that excites you the most. That way, that thing that excites you the most will lift you up. The reason why we're so tired and exhausted and we feel stuck is that we don't do what excites us the most. If you do what excites you the most, you don't get tired. You feel so energized every day, because what excites you the most will bring you the energy. Okay, I hope you enjoyed today. I'm so excited to share this because I've been doing this for many years, and I hope one day or very soon you find what you love most, because you're born on this planet to do what you love. Tomorrow, we're going to expand wealth consciousness. I can't wait to talk about it. See you tomorrow. Sayonara. 皆さん、こんにちは。Welcome back. I want to ask you one question. Who would you be without your limitations? Today, we're going to focus on wealth consciousness. This is one of my favorite topics because Wahei often talk about this wealth mentality. People may think that you get this wealth mentality after you become a millionaire. But actually, it's not. Wahei used to have one long before he became a millionaire. And you're sort of having one because you pre-celebrated your future great ideal self long before you become financial achievement or abundance in your life. So let's talk about this wealth consciousness. My mentor Wahei used to say, you can expand your consciousness so big so everything becomes in you. So he used to say, Ken, look at the hotel, look at the big buildings, look at all the parks. It's all yours. So what if everything is yours? How would you feel? So this mentality that if you expand so much and take everything in, and there's no boundary. And then if you keep expanding, and then you have this no sense of ownership, but at the same time, you have so much in abundance. I have a fond memory of walking with Wahei through a park. At the time, cherry trees were in full bloom, and then it was so beautiful. And as we were walking in the park, all the cherry blossoms are just falling on like snow. And Wahei was a big smiling, and then he said, Ken, can you feel cherry trees are talking to me, the beautiful lake is talking to me, and all the animals are talking to me, and I just bless every one of them. Isn't that a great feeling? And I didn't feel any of that, but as he explained what all these trees are telling him, I kind of started to listen to what's going on. And as I listened to nature, I realized that the nature is me. I am the nature. So that's the feeling I started having once you broaden your consciousness bigger. So most of us wait too long to feel wealthy or abundant. You may think that if you have $1 million in the bank, you probably feel wealthy. But you can feel wealthy long before you achieve that goal. You can feel wealthy actually right now. You can feel that whatever you see is yours and they are talking with you, and then you can talk with them. If you expand your consciousness that big, you are all in one. So as you know, most of us have been trained to feel small. That's why we are so scared of the world. We are afraid of the money. We are afraid and we are worried about money. Someday something bad could happen. But what if the world is a better place? And what if you don't have to feel so scared of what's going on in the world? I think this is wealth consciousness. If you feel like if you are following your heart, somebody or actually a lot of people are going to help you. If you knew that in advance, what would you do? So this wealth consciousness allows you to think bigger and get out of your box. And then you realize, wow, the world is actually bigger. When I made up my mind to become an author, I thought it's impossible right after I made up my mind because I had no skills, no experiences of writing. But since I knew about this wealth consciousness, I wondered, what if everybody's going to help me? What if a new mentor shows up and tells me what to do? What if a great editor shows up and supports me? And in a sense, none of that happened when I decided, but after I made a decision and pre-celebrated what's happening with my writing career, What's interesting is that my mentor showed up, and the editor showed up, and the publisher showed up, and everything showed up one after another, and I became an author. And after becoming an author, I pre-celebrated I'll become a national best-selling author and make $1 million as a writer, and I pre-celebrated. And then after one coincidence and after another, I ended up becoming a national best-selling author. So when you have this wealth consciousness, all the dreams you had would go bigger and bigger, and more people are getting involved and help you achieve your dream. Now, let's do a fun exercise together. Let's think of your money container cut in half size. That means half of your income, half of your expenses. Does not feel tight? You feel contracted? And how small can you feel? It's not a good feeling, is it? And then just feel that. Can you live in this small box? Everything is half. You cannot spend half because you have only half the size of your income. It's very tiring and it's tough and it's scary. And then you breathe in and relax. And let's imagine expanding your money container and just it's growing big and big and big, and your money container becomes twice as big. That means you have a double the income, and then you have double expenses. How would you feel? Feeling a little bigger. Wow. Double the income, and also I can get to spend twice as much. That's probably feeling good. And then breathe in this feeling of double your life. But what if you triple your income and triple your expenses? Just feel it in, take it in. And as much as you enjoy and appreciate 3 times the size of your money container now, isn't that a little scary that your expenses also grow to be 3 times as big? You might start wondering, can I pay all the bills even though I have 3 times more income? So this is a feeling that when your money container gets stretched and then you get stretched. So breathe it in and just feel what's like. So this is how you grow your money containers, and at the same time, stretching yourself. So if you do this exercise, your consciousness will also become bigger. Now you have stretched your money container to the triple size. Some people feel uneasy. Some people are feeling great. So let's stretch it bigger, 5 times, 10 times. And if you're feeling this stretching energy, just stretch it to the edge. It could be 20 times or 30 times. And your limit, just breathe in. And then you feel like, I'm going to explode. That's the limit. And that's how you grow and stretch your money container. And some of you may feel stretching in the size of 3 times, or some of you 5 times, 10 times, 20 times, but just feel the expansion of this money container and how big do you want to be. And also at the same time, it's a little scary place to be big. So breathe in this energy and then come back. Okay, how do you feel? You may be exhausted after just stretching your money container. And stretching about money container, you can go as far, but it has to be believable. So I know you want to grow your income or money container big, but it has to be believable. And once you reach the level, you can make it big again. So I want you to stretch it pretty far, but not too far so you cannot believe it. So they try to stretch the container. That's why people make stupid mistakes in investment and all the other things around money. So don't try to stretch it too wide so you crack your money container, because it's not the point. Just stretching your imagination is the point. So have fun doing this exercise, stretching your money container as big as possible, and then contract a little bit and then feel what's right for you. There must be a right size for you. That's when you feel the right size and achievable, unbelievable, yet still a little stretching. That's how much you can stretch your money container and grow to be big. So some of you may worry, like, what if I stretch it so big, like a lottery winner? Am I going to crack my money container? Don't worry, it's not going to happen unless you win the lottery next week. So just feel comfortable and have fun doing this stretching exercise. You'll be able to find the right size for you that feels right for you. So now it's the fun part. Dr. Scott Mills is going to help you stretch your money container so you feel the right size for you. Minasan konnichiwa. Welcome back. Today, I want to start by asking you a question. Who do you want to have a joint account with? That means among all of your friends or the people that you know, wealthy people or people who don't have money, who do you want to have a joint account with? If you hang around with the friends who are always broke, do you want to have a joint account with them? Or if you want to hang around with very nice, generous, wealthy friends who are offering you to have a joint account with, which would you prefer? The reason why I'm asking you this is that we are so individualistic, especially in the West, that your account is your own. Since you are small, you have your own thing. Then when you went to school, you were supposed to take your examination alone. You couldn't take your exam with your friends. So everything has to be done individualistic. But in a real society, actually, everything is a teamwork. If you're good at teamwork, everybody can win. But if you're working as an individual, you're not going to go far. So this idea of having a joint account with, I came up with this idea when I was with Wahei. What if Wahei supports everything I do? Actually, at one time, we were going to do a $10 million project together. He got sick, so we couldn't finish the project. But he gave me all the ideas and the feeling he's going to back me up, whatever I do. I have about 10 million friends who are willing to do whatever it takes if I want to do something on my own. So if you just can come up with a few friends' names who have a little money or a lot of money, just imagine you have a joint account. And then if you can withdraw all the money you want, how does that make you feel? That's the power of relationships. In my seminar in Tokyo, I usually give about 400 to 1,000 people seminar pretty much every month. And one time there was this woman who said, I have this money issue. I am afraid of money. I don't know if I can take money. I'm a coach, but I have a hard time charging people, so I cannot ask for money. And she was crying. So then I said, just open and receive. And then I didn't give her any other specific comments. And what's interesting is during the break after that, a lot of people rushed to her and they opened up their wallet and they started giving $10, $100, and a lot of bills are just piling up on her desk. And every time somebody takes up a bill and just throws at her, she's like, oh my God, and she was crying. So it was so fun looking at them, just somebody throwing a bill at her, and she's crying, and another, and then she ended up getting a few $1,000s. I thought it's so beautiful because there's so much love in the room. And if you have a great community around you, if you want to do something, if you come up with a project, people are going to support you. What if you are in a community that everybody supports you? I think probably you're going to take a bigger risk and start doing what you love. And in Tokyo, that's happening already in the real life. And one of the students said she wanted to have a shop. And then what's interesting is that somebody who knows that there's an open space available contacted her. And then she started her own dream store. And there are so many ways that people can help each other. Some people have money, some people have skills, some people have connections. If you just put them everything in one box and then own it together, you can do anything. That's how I feel. And that's the power of networking. But when it comes to money, somehow people feel like they have to do it alone. And remember when we started talking about money as energy? And then when you think about money energy is connected through joint account or the network of friends. The money flows as energy among your friends. So if you're connected with many generous and happy friends, all their money is yours to use and all your money is there to use. It could feel very weird at the time, but think about it. If everybody wants to support you, and if you feel like supporting everybody, that's in reality that's what could happen to you. So what I'm saying is like you are connected with more money, not just your money. The secret is in relationships. So the real abundance is in relationships. So we're living in a community of some kind. So if you belong to a community that supports everybody, that's beautiful. If you're in a community that everybody tries to take advantage of you or being critical to you, you cannot stay happy in the community. So your life depends on what kind of community you belong to. And just feel the energy in the community. Is that the love and generous support in the community, or it's cold and competition and like toughness in the community? It's just the energy once again. I guess you remember from the first week, money as energy. Just feel what kind of energy is running through your life right now. And if you belong to a community, feel what kind of energy is there. So the community I'm talking about is that everybody supports one another and everybody wants other people to succeed. That is a beautiful and warm community that I'm talking about. So if you have a small container and then hang around with a scarcity mentality people, you feel contracted. Even if you have a dream, people would say, oh, that's impossible. Don't dream such a big thing. And then you feel contracted more. But if you're surrounded by supportive people, you feel anything is possible. In practicality, everything is not really possible, but you have to start from somewhere. For example, one of my students had a dream of owning own store. And then he was talking about his dream of having his own store one day. He's a sushi chef. And one of his customer who kept coming a few times a week heard about his chef's idea about owning the store. And one day, on the birthday, he said, I'm going to give you a nice birthday gift. And on the birthday, he gave this sushi chef enough money to open his new store. So I've seen so many love money circulating around. So I think it's very natural for me that somebody helps other people and then other people jump on and the 3, 4, 5 people helping and then a lot of dreams are coming true. So I think of community as one big container of energy. So if the container has a lot of love, generous energy, all the people who belong to the community get so much support and love and trust that they need in life. And your community is a container for your happy money in life. For me, happy community is how it looks like this. So each individual has a money container. If this person's container is happy, so it gets connected to the person right next to him, and then happy money containers get connected. And when you take a look at a big picture, happy money's containers are connected all over. That consists of happy money community. That's the vision I have, and it's happening in Tokyo, and I hope it's going to spread to the other cities in the world. You may be thinking that I'm talking about a dream world, but it's actually happening in Tokyo. I've been living in this community for 20 years. I have a happy community where everybody supports each other. We have a few thousand people at least who are just actively trying to help one another. In every city, we have a study group session. So every week, somewhere, people are getting together and just getting to talk about what they're good at, what they want to do, and support one another. So my dream is that everybody watching this will start creating the happy money flow and just start creating your own community. And then whoever joins your community, they're surrounded by love and support and generosity. And one day, all of us would start living that way on this planet. That's my vision. And we might have to start somewhere. I think at least in Japan, a few 100,000 people are living that way. And I'm sure all over the world, there are people like that. So I hope, I want to be the catalyst to start creating community wherever I go in the world. That's my vision, and that's my dream, and that's what I'm doing right now. Okay, the fun part, happy work. So please come up with the names of people who you want to be the part of your happy money community. I'm sure there are tons. Probably you think of nobody, but if you start looking at the names of the friends, they will show up. Look at your iPhones and go through each name, and you say, oh, this person is happy money, that person is happy money person, and then just hang out with them, just invite them for a cup of tea or coffee, or have a small party, and then that will become a happy community to support one another. If you feel stuck, there's already a beautiful community, so just ask for help. People are going to offer you help. So tomorrow, we're going to integrate the whole thing we've done through this money quest. So tomorrow, we're going to integrate all the things we learned from the past 3 weeks. I'm so excited to share the last day with you. Thank you so much. Arigato. See you tomorrow. Konnichiwa. Welcome back. I'm so excited that today is the last day, and I want to congratulate you on finishing your money quest. How do you feel? I'm so happy. At the same time, I'm so sad because this is the last day together. I want to start by asking you my last question to you. Can you imagine a whole new life with happy money? Okay, let's remember what we've learned together. The first week, we took a look at our money type, and I'm sure you got scared or like you got upset or you worried about your money type. And some of you felt like, I'm so cursed. And I understand how you felt. And then you started to take a look at money in a new perspective and started having a new relationship. And the week 2, we focused on money wounds, past experiences, traumatic experiences with our parents. And I know it was hard, and some of you may cry a lot, and then you took a breath so many times, and you sighed probably, and then went over this money wounds. And I know 1 week is not enough. A lot of times, money wounds keep coming up, and as it comes back, just feel the pain, and then try to let go. I'm still doing that once in a while, but when I feel the pain, I breathe in and then let go and bless all the people involved in the picture. And the third week, we had a lot of fun exercises to grow our money container. We talk about the community and we talk about how to stretch our money container. I'm sure that you felt so big at the same time. Ooh, I don't know if I can handle that. I've experienced the same thing as you did. So I understand that was fun. And at the same time, it was stretching. So just remember who you were when you started this money quest and just check who you are now. Some of you may not have gotten what you wanted, and some of you were overwhelmed with what you received. Many of my students talked to me and said, I can't believe it because my relationship with my parents have improved so much. It's a money course. Why? And what's interesting is that money touches all the area of life. So that's why all the area of life got changed. So just remember what you experienced in the past 3 weeks of Money Quest. And some of you feel like, I have a dream, but it's not happening yet. As I said, it's coming on its way, but certain things may take time. And then if you have a bigger dream, it's also taking some time too. So my experiences tell me that certain things take time, and then your money pains keep coming back. It's very natural because you sort of like let the lid open, so it keeps surfacing once in a while. But don't worry, because it's so natural that all the pain surfaces up, and then as long as you let go of them, it kind of get healed and then evaporates. So just let all the pain come up and then let go every time you feel it. Now, the journey together is ending and you are on your own journey. I'm going to ask you 5 questions that support your journey. How can you continue to live a life of deeper and deeper appreciation? 2, are there still money wounds to be healed? 3, what ways can you expand your money container? 4, who is a community that will support you? And 5, what is the next step for you? You have this inner guidance, and also you need to have a practical plan. I talk about this with car navigation system. A good car navigation system has 2 parts. One that receives satellite information, and then they're also receiving the information that comes from tires. So from the tires, you can know how many miles and kilometers you drive, and also from the satellite, you know where you're going. So with this information inside and also practical information outside, you need both information to have a happy money life. So in a moment, Dr. Scott Mills is going to take you through the exercise that's going to pave the way for your happy money. So this is my sincere hope that you're going to keep going on the happy money journey by following your heart and do what you love with happy money. I want to give you my best blessings for you. I just pray for you every day from now, and just pray that your life will be filled with love and laughter and so much fun. あなたの人生が最高になりますように。May all the things bless you. Thank you so much. ありがとう。Have a safe journey, fun journey. See you somewhere on this planet. Bye bye.
I'm so excited to be leading you through a perspective shift today around money. This is one of my favorite exercises because what we'll get to do is take a tour of your brain. You're going to get to see a couple different perspectives on how you think about or experience money, how money experiences you, and we're going to do some release work really quickly. So you're going to feel a lot lighter by the end of this exercise. So what I'd like you to do first is find yourself in a place that's comfortable, that's relaxed, where you won't be disturbed for a few minutes. This exercise is going to take us about 10 minutes, so just give yourself permission to be fully present for those few minutes. And as you do this, you may want to close your eyes. In this particular exercise, it's okay if you prefer to leave your eyes open. I suspect if you start with your eyes open, at some point, you'll get more and more comfortable and you'll choose to close them. So let yourself take a few breaths and just get comfortable. You're going to find through all of the exercises we do, we always come back to breath. That's the place where we connect deeply into ourselves and we receive. So just let yourself arrive in this moment. And in this exercise, we're going to imagine money is in a chair across from us, as if we're sitting at a cafe with a good friend, or maybe not such a good friend, but just across from another seat. And what I'd like you to do is begin to allow the energy of money, the feeling of money, to arrive in that seat across from you. Just give it a second. And I know for some of you, this may be a new experience or a new exercise, and you may have some part of you that says, I don't know if I'm doing it right. I don't know if the right thing is showing up. Whatever shows up for you in that space is the right thing for right now. So simply allow that to show up. And as it shows up, begin to notice, what does money look like? It may have a color, it may have a feel, but just start to see across from you, is it big? Is it small? Does it have a color? Does it have a shape? Does it look friendly? So just give yourself a visual perception over here. Once you can see it, you might begin to notice how you feel when you look at money. So are you happy? Are you sad? Are you confused? Any of these emotions are fine. Don't worry if this is not what you'd like it to be. It will shift as we move through this exercise. Right now, we're just taking your temperature. Now I want you to notice how far away you are from money. Is it close by? Is it right next to you? And does that make you comfortable? And then finally, I want you to notice what money is thinking about you. What thoughts are running through its head? And I know you're projecting into money to see like, what do I think it's saying about me? This is not what you're saying about it. Just what do you think it's saying about you? And all we're going to do here is take a little snapshot of what that experience is in your mind. And then I'm going to ask you to do something that's a little wacky. We're just going to shake. And you're going to notice throughout these exercises, we often shake because it resets the brain. It just lets us have a new connection. Now we're going to do something a little different. You're going to imagine the energy of money in that chair across from you. And if we were sitting in a room with two chairs, I'd actually ask you to get up now and go sit in that other chair, allowing yourself to step into the energy of money. This time, instead of looking at money, you're going to become money. Now we have these great things called mirror neurons that allow us to drop into the experience of really anything. So you'll actually be able to do this with money, even if you think, oh, I've never done that before. I'm not quite sure what you mean. You're just going to let yourself step into the energy of money, sit down into it, and begin to feel what it feels like to experience money. Just breathe into this place. Now, this may be a very different experience than it was when we first looked across at money. So you're going to let yourself simply notice what it feels like to be in the energy of money. What's the main emotion that's running for you? And then I want you to notice from the perspective of money, how money feels about you. It's looking over at you and what's running through its head. Does it have a different experience of you? Does it want to be near you? Is it curious about why you've kept it away for so long? Just notice whatever the experience money is having. And notice the distance between you. Now, for most people in this exercise, money is actually going to feel pretty neutral. It's going to feel like a clean energy. If it doesn't, there's something really interesting that's going on. Most of us learn about money through our parents. So sometimes we actually conflate or combine the experience of money in one of our parents or our grandparents. So we're going to do a little bit of clearing here to adjust that experience so you can actually have a cleaner experience of money. Now, this is really simple. If in any way money is not feeling clean, it's not feeling neutral, if it's feeling confused, unhappy, if it's angry, if it's any kind of energy that's emotional, then I want you to simply give that emotion a color. You don't even have to give it a name. You can if you're able, but just give it a color. And you're going to begin to gather that color all together in a little ball in front of you. And the beautiful thing about energy, the beautiful thing about imagination, is that as soon as we begin to gather this energy together, the rest of it can just come along for the ride. So you'll notice this ball can just get bigger and bigger till all of that energy is right here in this little ball. And take a moment to do this. And you might even just scan through your whole body to notice if there's any remaining, and if there is, bring it right back to that center point. Take a little breath here, noticing what it feels like to hold this energy. And you're simply going to imagine there's a chair to your left, and in that chair to your left, we'll call this the chair of the ancestors. It simply means the chair of your family members that you gathered this from. And we're going to return this energy to that family member. And you don't even need to know who this family member is. So you're gonna hand it over, and it really does help. I'm using my hands on purpose. It helps for a lot of us, even if you don't think you're holding anything, to give that energy back to the person who you received it from. And as you do this, you're simply going to say, this is your pain. It doesn't belong to me, so I'm returning it to you now. This isn't my pain. This is yours, so I'm returning it to you now. You can release and imagine yourself bowing with your hands at your side, a symbol of great release and respect. Take a breath and come back to yourself, into the energy of money, and notice if that's shifted now. Chances are you're going to actually be back to a place of neutral, clean energy. And if there's anything emotional still running, you can repeat this little process. You can pause and do that for just a moment. For the rest of us, we'll go ahead taking this new information, this new experience of clean money, of neutral money, probably money that wants to be with us and connect with us. We're going to step back into our own experience, bringing with us that new information. And breathe. And take a few breaths here to allow that to integrate. And notice what it feels like to have money that's neutral, the experience of money that is clean and easy, be part of your experience now. Take a few more breaths and then return to the room. And I'll invite you to, when you're ready, stand up and take a short walk. This can be 5-10 minutes. It can be around your living room or outside. You're walking so that we get a little bit of bilateral integration, which is your left and right brain hemispheres talking to each other. So this new information just integrates a little bit more. And after your walk, come back to your journal and just write a few notes about what you experienced in this exercise as money shifted, changed, and became lighter for you. You did great work today. I know that money is already becoming lighter and easier for you, and I look forward to this continued journey with you. So I want to tell you a secret. You and your brain are more fascinating than you can possibly imagine. And today I want to take you into the depth of one of the most fascinating things about your brain in a very short exercise that's going to allow you to move things that have felt impossible. Those things that you've wanted for so long and wondered why you couldn't create. We're going to take them and move them from impossible to inevitable. What you need to know is that we have 3 timelines that we use to organize our experience. We have an inevitable timeline. So that's the one where we go, oh, this thing is happening. So that would be like if a train was coming towards me and I was standing on the track, I would know I needed to jump off the track because it's coming. It's real. It's now. The second timeline is the one we call our conditional timeline. That's the timeline where things might happen, but they might not. That's the timeline where I say, I might go to the movies with you this week. Now, you and I both know if I say that to you, I'm probably not going to the movies with you this week. Maybe, but probably not. And then we have a third timeline we call the impossible timeline. And that's where we store things that they're never going to happen. Now, our brains are tricky with this because we often store things that we really, really want on our impossible timeline. So that might be for you writing the book you've always wanted to write, asking for the raise, having financial freedom, building your own company. Any of those things can be on our impossible timeline, but we can see them, so it feels like they might happen. Now, what we're going to do today is create an operating system for your brain, almost like a little dashboard, so that you can adjust things from these timelines. I'm going to take you through 3 steps to this exercise. The first is going to be to figure out just where you locate these. They're going to be different for every single person. Don't worry about where yours is. There's no right or wrong. And I'm telling you this in advance because I don't want you to try to move things at first. We're just going to notice where they are. So the second step is going to be to notice where the things you most want are on your timeline. Which one are you storing the things that you want and also the things that you don't want? Because sometimes we put things that we don't want on our inevitable timeline. Like, that horrible thing, that fight with my partner, that fight with the boss, that losing the job might all be sitting on the inevitable timeline. We might want to move that, right? And the third thing I'm going to do with you today that we're going to do together is I'm going to teach you how to move them from one timeline to the other. Now, in order to do this exercise, you're going to want to give yourself a few minutes where you just get comfortable and calm and relaxed. This is an exercise where you're going to want to use your body. So find a place that you don't feel uncomfortable moving a little bit, because I'm going to ask you to move your hands over your body, to move around, not necessarily move around the room, but just to see where things are. Because the way we organize these timelines, we call that geospatially locating, which means we put it inside or outside our body, like we have a map that goes all around us. Now, I know this is a lot of explanation, and if you're listening to this exercise for a second or a third time, you might go, ooh, do I need to hear all this again? Yes. Simply let yourself remember the differences between these timelines. So let's just jump in. The first thing we're going to do is notice where we store those things in our lives that are inevitable. So the way to find this is really simple. And it's funny, people don't know this is a thing. So you might be having a little voice in your head that goes, this is kind of crazy. Nobody told me this before. What's going on here? I just want you to give yourself permission to play and see what shows up for you. So pick something that you know is going to happen. Something you absolutely know is going to happen. That might be the sun's coming up tomorrow. It might be that you're going to wake up tomorrow. It might be if you have an appointment that has to happen tomorrow. Whatever it is, something that you absolutely know is going to happen. So I know the sun is going to come up tomorrow. So I'm going to use that one as an example for you. So you're going to want to speak this out loud and say, the sun will come up tomorrow. And I want you to notice as you say that. You may have to say this a few times. Notice, and you literally, I'm putting my hands in front of my body so I can feel it. It'll make it way easier for you. Notice where the origin of that is. So notice where the strength or the source point is. The sun will come up tomorrow. Now for me, this shows up right here inside my body, kind of right where my heart is. That doesn't mean it's the right place to show up. It just means in my body, that's where it shows up. So take a moment, say that as many times as you need to, whatever your phrase is, and notice where that experience shows up. All right, now let's look for the second one. These show up very, very quickly, by the way. I know I'm not giving you a ton of time. It's because usually the longer I give you, the more your head's gonna wanna think about where this is and decide, oh, I'd really like it to be here. We're not rearranging the furniture in your house. We're just noticing where it's already located. So we're gonna go to the conditional timeline, and what we have to do is we gotta shake our bodies or move our fingers and our toes for just a second. We're just adjusting a little bit so that we don't put these two together because they're in different locations. So the second one is our conditional timeline. So pick something you might do. Just because I like things that feel better, I like to pick something I might do that feels good. So I might go to the movies tomorrow. Yeah, I might go to the movies. I notice I just checked. Yeah, okay, I might go to the movies tomorrow. That's true for me. So you're gonna say, I might go to the movies tomorrow. or whatever your phrase is. And I want you again to use your hands to notice where that shows up in your body. I might go, I might. Just notice where it is. Usually my hands, and when I've done this with so many people, your hands will almost want to stop somewhere where this is true for you. For me, it's right here. It's kind of a heady thing. I'm still deciding. I don't know. And kind of behind the eyes. Yours, again, is going to be somewhere different. No right or wrong where it is. Just notice where it is. Give you a breath. See if you found it already. Pretty sure you have, because most people know it like that. Then we're going to shake again. Quick little shake. There's part of me that loves leading this exercise because I hope you're sitting on a subway or somewhere fun and you're doing a little shake and people are going, that person looks like they're doing something cool. Wonder what they're doing. So we're going to find the things now that are on our impossible timeline. Now, this is the stuff that you want to find something that's not like your heart saying oh, it's impossible I find a relationship. It's impossible I write a book. That's not what we're talking about here. This is it's impossible that a unicorn is going to walk into this room right now, right? I know that's not going to happen. I see someone on set pointing at a unicorn. I hope that's not a real unicorn. Anyway, so we know something that's impossible, like a unicorn's going to land here, aliens are going to come down in this moment, pick something kind of crazy. And we're doing this in an extreme so you can find it. So whatever that sentence is for you, unicorn, 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 notice where it is. You're going to use your hands to feel into that. For me, it's out here. And many people find this is not in their body, which I find fascinating, that we locate outside sometimes. It could be behind you. It could be somewhere in your body. Again, no right or wrong place to find this. But just before we move on, can you notice how cool this is? That you've just found 3 different places that you organize your experience that you never knew your brain was doing for you. So we're just starting to see the beginning of the fascinating part of our brain. Now, the second thing we're going to do here is pick the goals that you have. You can write a quick list or just hold one in your head if you don't have a piece of paper. So whatever that might be for you, pick one goal that you have. That could be something like, I want to lose 10 pounds in the next 6 months, or I want to become financially independent, or I want to write a book. You can choose your financial goals here, but you can use this for any goal you have. There is a little trick here. If you want to adjust, sometimes you can actually add a time frame. So you might say, I'll be financially independent in 6 months. So you want to name the goal versus I will be financially independent. Or you might say, I will be financially independent in 5 years. It's a little bit more of an advanced element, but it's a way you can play with this. It may show up a little differently for you. I'm just going to use one that says, I will be financially independent. I will be financially independent. So I'll use that as an example. You pick the one that fits for you. And what we're going to do is we'll move very quickly through these 3 different areas, wherever you located. And what we're looking for is the place that this is most at home for you. I don't want you to worry right now about this not being in the place you'd most like it to be. Remember, that's what we're going to do next. We want to see where it fits first. So all you're going to do is you're going to imagine this in your hands. Love this body stuff, right? We can hold our goal. And I want you to imagine putting it in each of those places. And I'll guide you through this, but we're going to put it in. And what we're looking for is sort of like a click. Oh yeah, that's the place. Even if it's like, oh yeah, that's the place. It's not necessarily going to be a happy place. It might be for some of your goals. We just want to see where it is. So go ahead and pick your sentence. And wherever you put your inevitable, go ahead, wherever that was located, place it in there, imagine it going in, and seeing if you get the, oh yeah, that's the place. Go ahead and try the conditional. See if it clicks into there. Maybe, maybe not. And then try the impossible. Notice for yourself where your goal showed up. Which of those 3 locations? So you just figured out where you've been storing your goals. Now, some of you may have had the experience of oh, I wish that wasn't there. Okay, Don't worry about it. We're going to play right now. This is one of my favorite things to do because we get to bypass, like we're taking the super, super fast bypass on the freeway around having to work really hard and just let our brain do the work by shifting some gears. So what we're going to do in just a moment is we're going to move your goal from wherever it was that you didn't want it towards inevitable. Now, I do want to say something for just a second before we do this, a couple quick things to let you know. The first, sometimes when there's money wounds, so we're doing a lot of work in money wounds in this quest, sometimes when there's money wounds, we kind of don't want it to be inevitable yet. So if you notice there's some resistance to moving it to inevitable, then you're going to want to notice, what would need to change to make this okay? So you might make a little adjustment. That's fine. The other thing I want you to know is you don't want to go from impossible to inevitable right away. We're going to take about a minute to go through, but I just don't want you to jump from one to the other. We actually need to move from impossible to conditional to inevitable. So it's just a little jump and it doesn't take us very long, but if you go straight from impossible to inevitable, sometimes it'll snap right back. So we need the little step in between. And if you found that you were already in conditional, just hang with conditional. We'll go from conditional to inevitable in just a second. Okay, so go ahead and find where your goal was, locate it again. I'm going to start for the folks who found it in impossible first. So you're just going to go ahead and find it again with your hands, and I want you to move it. Grab it with both hands, and we're going to move it into the place that was conditional for you. So for me, it was right about here. You're just going to breathe, and you may find yourself getting a little lightheaded. If that happens, it won't happen for everybody. Just notice that's part of the process. It's okay. Nothing's wrong. It's all good. Let this become comfortable and easy, just moving a little closer to inevitable first. For those of you who are just starting with conditional, just let yourself have a few breaths here, getting in relationship to this goal again. And you'll almost feel like your body drops in and gets more comfortable. So take the time you need until you feel that little release. We call it a parasympathetic release or reset. So there's a place where you probably will have a big breath and it'll go something like that, or maybe a little breath. And then we're going to move this from your conditional space into your inevitable. So go ahead and again with your hands, move into that inevitable space. Imagining that goal just settling and coming home into the place where the only possibility is for this to become inevitable. And just breathe for a moment while this goal moves into a place where action seems like the only option. I love noticing here how good it just feels to feel good. So let yourself notice that. The shift when you know that this is something that can and will happen. And take a few more breaths here. You can drop your hands if you like, or you can leave them, just feeling the continued integration into this space of inevitability. So in a moment, I'm going to ask you to do one additional thing, which is allow yourself to notice the next action, the next impulse that will make this feeling of inevitability become a reality for you. That one small action, if it was, I will write a book, it might be to write the first sentence of the book. If it's, I will ask for a raise, it might be to set a time to talk to your boss. If it's to get new clients, it might be to begin to write the pitch for your new clients. Whatever that next action is, just simply notice what it is, and I'll ask you to take any small step towards that you can when you complete this exercise, and we'll invite you to share that in the tribe so that we can support you and celebrate you in making that happen. Congratulations on some really good work today. We're going to continue moving your goals into the place of more and more inevitability and more possibility as we continue until we see you again. Be well. So as you've been exploring your money wounds, you may have noticed some traumas, some cracks in your money container, some things that are really making you a little uncomfortable when you think about money. These things that give you that feeling of like, ugh. So today I want to teach you a quick exercise that's going to allow you to discharge the emotions around these smaller traumas. Now, before we start, just a reminder, if there's a bigger trauma that happened over time and has lots of elements, there's another exercise to work with that. This is really for things like you had a fight with your partner, you had a hard time, you think about paying the bills, and it's difficult. So pretty simple. So I'm going to invite you for just a few minutes to get comfortable, to find yourself in a place where you can relax and breathe. And we're going to go through this exercise that will allow you to move your emotions so you feel much better and you can stop protecting yourself all the time from those bad things that might happen. So the first thing I want you to do is to write a quick list of the things that are the mini traumas, those things that have gotten in your way, down on a piece of paper. You just need 3 or 4 of these, and you'll be able to come back again and again without even actually having this recording after you get this down. So write a couple down, and if you don't have a pen and paper, that's okay, just think of one. And I'm going to walk you through this exercise. So first thing you're going to do is allow that incident to come up in your mind. You'll notice that as you bring up whatever it was that was challenging to you, there's an emotional charge to it. So notice on a scale of 1 to 10, what that emotional charge is. Is it 0, like no intensity at all? And of course, if that's the case, you won't be using this exercise, but it might be all the way to a 10. If this is the first time you've done this exercise, I want to invite you to take one that's like a 6 or 7, maybe an 8 at the top, just to get your training wheels on before you go higher. So allow that to come up in your head. Notice what the charge is, the intensity on a scale of 0 to 10. And then I want you to imagine this is a picture out in front of you, so you can see that incident. Now, most of us keep these in movies, so we record them, we watch them as if they're going by, and usually we're inside the movie. In this case, I want you to freeze frame, pick one picture, and let yourself see from the outside. So to begin with, I want you to imagine one of those incidences that was troubling for you. And you can go ahead and close your eyes now if that's helpful for you. You'll imagine that popping up in your head. And I want you to notice if on a scale of 0 to 10, if this is a 0, no charge at all, or a 10, really intense. As you look at that picture, I want you to make sure that it's still. So it's just like a photograph, like a Polaroid. It's not moving. And allow yourself to see it from a distance. As you look at that photograph, I'd like you to put a frame around the photograph. You can put any kind of frame you'd like around this photo. If you really want to be playful, you can do things like imagine macaroni frames or popsicle sticks or seashells, or you can just put a standard frame. The amazing thing is when we begin to frame an experience, it creates boundaries so we can step outside of it. So allow yourself to see this framed and a bit boundaried as it moves a bit away from you now. And as you look at that framed picture moving a bit away from you, go ahead and drain all of the color out of this picture so it becomes black and white. And as the color drains out of the picture, you can allow yourself to notice the emotion draining as well. So now we're looking at a black and white framed photo of an incident that happened or might happen in the future with significantly less charge already. But we're going to do a few more things to allow the brain just to reset here. So the first is to give a little light to the picture. So change the lighting. That might mean that you give it a little pink light or a little green glow, or maybe even a disco ball. The fabulous thing about these small changes is every small change you make, the brain has to start to go, is that something I need to be worried about? Or is it something I can release? And what we're aiming for here is to just get the brain to reconsider this in the present moment. So you've given it a new color. Now, I just invite you to go ahead and push it away further from you. So you can see it from a distance. And you might notice yourself leaning back as you do that. And it getting easier and easier to see this experience. And we'll make just a few other small changes as you notice this charge is dropping further and further away. The first of which is to turn the picture upside down. So the top becomes the bottom and the bottom becomes the top. As you do this, you'll notice that your brain might get a little disoriented. It might have to go, oh, what's actually happening here? But you can very easily flip the photo and then change the design of the photo. So what I mean by that is if it's a picture, go ahead and turn it into a line drawing or an animation or a Monet. Just allow it to shift and change in the way that you represent this incident. Last but not least, I'm going to invite you to take that framed photo that's a distance, make it smaller. Make it much, much smaller, small enough that you can still see it, but you're not feeling the charge, and you're just going to push that one further and further away from you until you can feel that parasympathetic release. You can feel at ease. And you notice yourself getting more and more calm and relaxed. Now I want you to go ahead and check again on a scale of 0 to 10, how much of a charge does this incident have? Chances are it has moved significantly down the scale. If it's anything higher than a 3, feel free to do the exercise again. If it's a 2 or less, know that this will continue to move and discharge, especially if you do this exercise on other experiences. So again, breathe for just a moment, let yourself integrate this information, and allow yourself to feel good, just feeling good, as this gets easier and easier to be with. Good work. You can come back and do this exercise again and again on any incident that shows up for you, and you can do it anywhere. You can do it just in the moment when you're on a subway, not while you're driving, but if you're in a car or you're sitting at work, just allow yourself to know that this is an option for you anytime to discharge emotion when it arises. We'll see you soon. Until then, be well. So in this next exercise, we're going to do something really quite extraordinary with your brain. We're going to teach your brain how to take something from the danger category into the category of, it's okay, we've got the information we need, it's all going to be fine. So this is really a sympathetic or stressed out nervous system to parasympathetic shift that we call a swirl. You're going to pick again one of those experiences that was negative for you, that was one of those little traumas that led to a money wound. And we're going to move the energy so that we discharge the emotion from that. To begin with, you'll write a small list, 2, 3 of these that you might like to work on. You can always come back and do more later, but give yourself a few that you can pick and start with one that on a scale of 0 to 10 is not quite a 10 to start with. If this is the first time, pick a 7 or so that you get to have a little training wheels for the first time. After that, go to town. You can make this as deep and as impactful as you'd like. So what you're going to do to begin with is allow an incident to come up in your mind, one of those traumas, one of those experiences that was really troublesome for you, that caused you to feel bad and that you're continuing to carry with you. And as you allow that to arise in your mind, notice on a scale of 0 to 10 what the emotional charge is for this incident. You're likely going to want to close your eyes now. It's going to make this exercise much easier. And you'll just scan your body to know where you most feel that experience. Allow it to show up as a color. It's likely tied to an emotion. And I'm going to invite you to move all of that color, guide it right up to the area in front of your heart. This is actually where it's usually located anyway, blocking our flow. So I'm going to invite you to put it right here in front of your heart. And the beautiful thing about bringing energy together is as soon as we start to gather that energy, it'll just move there. It's very, very easy to move on its own. So you'll begin to collect this ball of energy in front of you. And not yet, but in just a second, I'm going to invite you to see which direction this ball of energy moves easiest. And I don't want you to spin it. I just want you to give it a little tiny point with one finger and see, does it move easier clockwise or counterclockwise? Which direction is it more comfortable? So go ahead and check that now. And what I'd like you to do is begin to move this ball that's in front of you the way that it was the least comfortable. The least comfortable. So move it the opposite direction of comfort. You'll just start to give it a little movement, whichever way that was for you. And you'll go a little faster and a little faster. Don't worry if it takes you a moment to get this moving. It may take a little energy. We're going the way that feels a little unnatural. But allow it to begin to spin faster and faster. Faster and faster. And as it begins to spin, you may incorporate some white and some green light as it spins faster and faster until eventually you're going to notice this experience, this ball of light, spin off into the distance, far, far away. Just take a breath in this place, feeling for perhaps the first time in a long time the spaciousness this opens up. And you'll invite an experience, a feeling, an emotion, a color, whatever resource that you would prefer now to fill that space to arise. Whichever one that your heart is calling for, whatever pops into your mind, go ahead and bring that back into all of those places that old energy was, and just allow it to fill you up from the bottom of your toes to the top of your head, filling every little molecule of your body, allowing you to feel more and more at ease, more comfortable, and more at peace. Just take a few breaths here, allowing yourself to remember how good it feels to feel good. And notice on a scale of 0 to 10, again, how much of a charge this has. For most of us, you're going to notice this charge has dropped way, way down. If there continues to be a charge, you may notice there's either another emotion to clear, or you could just repeat the same exercise. And if you're feeling like, oh, this feels amazing, I feel light and free from that incident, you have two choices here. You can go and do another one, or you can just enjoy the moment. You can enjoy what it feels like to feel good. Take a few more breaths, allowing yourself to come back to your body, back to the room. And when you're ready, go about the rest of your day. You can use this tiny little exercise anytime you're feeling an emotional charge, with or without the audio, wherever you are. I invite you to keep this in your tool belt, ready and close at hand throughout the program, so that you're able to discharge things as they arise quickly and easily. Until we arrive at our next exercise, be well. As Ken might say, many of us have forgotten to remember all of the ways we're being supported all of our life. All of the things that we're receiving. So in this short exercise, we call the self-expansion. We'll remember how supported we are in ways seen and unseen. This one in particular, I love to listen to as I go to sleep. So that may be a choice for you as well. But you'll lay back, get comfortable, and just breathe. Allow yourself to arrive in this moment. And just connect into your breath as you breathe in and you breathe out. The breath is our easiest reminder that we're constantly receiving and we're constantly releasing. So breathing in and breathing out. And we're going to begin to imagine all of the people in our lives who've supported us. There's so many people that have supported you that you may have forgotten through your life. And I'm going to invite you to imagine those folks showing up in a circle around you. These may be teachers, They may be coaches, they may be friends, they may be loved ones, they may even be your pets. Those that have loved and supported us, whether for a minute, a week, a year, or a lifetime. Just notice all of those moments that people have been your big supporters. So just notice all of those moments where people have offered you their love and support. And you're going to allow yourself to imagine those folks showing up in a circle surrounding you. See their faces, one by one. And as they arrive, you can also begin to let yourself notice all of the people who you may not ever see. The people who grew the food you eat, the people who paved the roads you drive on, the people who generate the electricity that runs through your homes, the people who are silently supporting us behind the scenes all the time. And you may notice this circle getting fuller and fuller. All of the people whose lives make it possible for you to exist, for you to have this moment of freedom, this moment of peace, this moment of love and support. And as you do that, I want you to begin to breathe out connection and breathe in and feel yourself receiving. So you're going to breathe out and just connect to individuals in that circle, or some of you may want to breathe out and connect all at once, but just breathe out connection and breathe in and feel all that you've received. Give yourself a moment to feel this connection and receiving, flowing easily and freely. And as you're ready, begin to imagine that your consciousness can fill up this entire circle. You can become as big as the circle that you now stand within, with all of the people who love and support you. You may notice how good it feels to receive. And you may even notice that you have to stretch a little bit to receive, but just allow yourself, as much as you're able, to take in all that you can. Take in all the love, the support. As you breathe out into this circle, and as you continue to breathe out into this circle, you'll notice a circle that surrounds the first circle. The second circle I like to call the circle of the ancestors. It's the circle for all of those who came before us, both our family members and also the poets, the prophets, and the pioneers who made our existence right now possible. So you can begin to see those folks show up on that circle. It's helpful to start with family members, the grandparents, and the great-grandparents, and the great-great-grandparents, going generations back, who, if they hadn't shown up, you would not be alive today. All of those folks were required for you to be here now. So begin to simply see those folks, whether you know their names or not, show up on your circle of support. And I also like to then add in the people whose lives have made such a profound difference in your life. The people who inspire you, the people who make space and clear the path for you. For me, I always have Maya Angelou, Langston Hughes, Harvey Milk, Oscar Wilde, Rumi, the great Persian poet Hafiz, all of the people who move through me and inspire me. Do the same for yourself. Notice who those people are who've cleared a path for you. And as you do that, again, begin to breathe out connection and breathe in and receive the strength, the support, the love, all of the energy that comes from those who came before you. So breathing out connection, breathing in and receive. And again, you can breathe out into that circle and expand your consciousness till it fills not just the first circle, but the second circle as well, as you get bigger and bigger, and you can feel yourself being supported by so many people, surrounded by so much love, so much kindness, so much strength. And as you continue to breathe, notice even a third circle. A circle that we often call the circle of life, the circle that encompasses the energy that connects us all, the web of life. Some of you may call this God, sacred, quantum energy, breath, but it's that which binds and connects us all. Just let yourself notice that energy that connects and feeds and supports us all, surrounding you. And allow yourself to again breathe out connection and breathe in and receive. Breathing out connection and breathing in receiving from the energy of life itself, filling you up and allowing yourself yet again to expand past the first circle, past the second, even to that third circle, allowing yourself to grow and expand bigger and bigger and feel more and more supported, more at ease, and more at home. In a moment, I'm going to invite you to come back to this moment, back to your body, but bring all of that support, all of that connection, and all of that expansion with you. Carry it throughout your day and every day from this moment forward, knowing that all you need to do to connect into these layers upon layers of support that surrounds and empowers and enlivens you is simply to remember the circles and breathe out connection and breathe in and receive.